legitimately, I'm so worried about Gen Z. I guess that's the millennial in me, but I do worry about Gen Z, man. I worry about Gen Z so much. They're so chud brained. They don't know what the hell is going on. They don't even realize that they're chuds. That's what Gen Z likes. No, this is Gen Z, good sir.
Hey, Rob,
Okay, this doesn't, this is, okay, first of all, this is not even Gen Z anymore, I feel like. Okay, this is still like, I don't know. More glitch, please. Yeah, we were there. 100 gigs was popping. Okay, we were listening to 100 gigs. This is like young millennial shit. This is not even, this is like elder Gen Z, young millennial music, first of all. Like, you're not putting me on anything new. I was there when this was invented, okay? 100 gigs is even old millennial, not gonna lie. Yeah. Gen Z likes country. I feel like Gen Z is so chudded out, dude. I legitimately, I'm so worried about Gen Z. I guess that's the millennial in me, but I do worry about Gen Z, man. I worry about Gen Z so much. They're so chud brained. They don't know what the hell is going on. They don't even realize that they're chuds. All they do is look at like the corporate Memphis of our generation. Like, they look at the corporate Memphis version of the 90s and they think that that design aesthetic is phenomenal. And you know, they just they're not even bisexual anymore. I feel like Gen Z, you know how like if the millennial meme was like all millennials do is be bisexual, eat hot chip, lie, never charge their phone. Like, the Gen Z version of that is basically being a chud, following T accounts, and being I don't even know, being a chud, following T accounts, and being Puritans. That's what I feel like. They're just max left or max chud. No, even the max left Gen Z still has like super chud moments. I think what ended up happening is this like sexual liberation wave and like Tumblr wave of being super woke about sex and sexuality made young Gen Zs cringe out about any expression of sexual liberty, and they've become like the Hillary Rodham Clinton, the Nancy Reagan generation. That is not material analysis, Unc. I know. I'm just doing like fun. I'm doing fun commentary. It has nothing. I'm not being super serious right now. Nancy Reagan, the throat goat herself. Yeah, but she was a throat goat in her personal life. But she was, you know, a prude in public. You're just out of touch with Zoomers. I worry. Unc worries about Gen Z. Unc is always worried about Gen Z. I meet a lot of Gen Z people on the basketball court, and I'm sorry, some of them are so dumb, bro. It is crazy. It literally freaks me out. When I have like a conversation with them about shit, yeah, I was thinking of Tipper Gore maybe. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Look, confirmation bias, it's sampling bias, it's anecdotal. But like when I meet like regular Gen Z folks, not HasanAbi heads, because the HasanAbi heads are great. But there are a lot of younger Gen Z that I meet out in the real world, and I'm just like, oh my God, this is so bad. Yeah, I'm over here planting trees and Gen Z is kicking them. They went through COVID in their high school years, didn't learn. Yeah, I worry about Gen Alpha. I worry about young Gen Z. I cannot wholeheartedly respect the generation that is repulsed by sex scenes in a movie. Yeah, they think that like millennials are pervy and sex obsessed or something. I just don't give a shit one way or another. You know what I mean? I feel like Gen Z, young Gen Z and Gen Alpha are the anti-goon Puritan generation. The ones that are just like, oh, either they lose their minds to the goon, or they're so anti-goon that they become like Mormon. Gen Z loves hearing political grunge for the first time. See down rodeo. What? To be honest, sex scenes in movies are mad awkward. What do people think is going on in a sex scene in movies? Like when they see a sex scene in a movie, do they think like, oh, I'm supposed to whip my shit out and start cranking? Is that what you think the sex scene in the movie is for? No, it's just like a thing that happens in the real world, you know? Like, why? It's like, to me, people that get mad at sex scenes in movies is the same as like getting mad at murder in movies. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. This kind of violence is unfathomable. Why is there violence? I do not like violence in the real world. It's like, who cares, man? People, okay, it's just, it is what it is. I'm Gen Z and I started watching you 6 years ago. Save my ass for real. Oh, 100%. If you caught me in 2020 as Gen Z, I saved your life. I'll take it. 100%. Okay? Because the other avenues are so bad. Imagine instead of watching me 6 years ago, you started getting on the Andrew Tate train. Like, think about some of your counterparts. Think about some in your generation and the rabbit holes that they've gone down, okay? And the insane things that they believe. You could have been busted. Your brain could have been destroyed. You could have been a Sex Destiny fan. Think about what those guys are up to. You could have been an Asmongold fan. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. You could have been an Andrew Tate head. You could have been the guy who watches all the kick streamers. There's a lot of differing opinion among Gen Z and Alpha. It's very, very weird. Yeah. Sex scenes are fan service reinforced by our exploitative capitalist system. Yeah, whatever. My nephew went the Tate hole. He only got saved last year. Good. Yeah, you could have been a groiper. Whoa, this is fire. Oh my God, this is fire. This is so funny. Okay, scum art, respect. Is not a purely consensual choice for the actor/actress. The decision between not showing your body and losing a career. What? What are you saying? What is the implication? Okay, can I say something? You know it's not real, right? Like you understand that it's not real. They're not actually on camera, right? Like very rare circumstances do people actually on camera. There's an intimacy coordinator. Like you're basically saying, oh, this is of a model that is on a runway is actually exploitative across the board. I mean, modeling as an industry is exploitative. Fighting for his life to put watching sex scenes with your parents in low-key a good thing. Every awkward situation rang.
I watched The Hateful Eight in theaters with my Mormon grandpa, and that scene was not a fun time. I'm freaking out. I guess I trust everyone I see movies with to be adults, and they can just handle their own shit. You know how many movies I've seen where people are, and I've like watched it on the couch with my parents when I was like 14? I don't give a man. I can't believe we have grown adults covering their eyes during sex scenes in like R-rated award-winning films with their parents. Just watch the movie. It's not real. It's a movie. Why would you take your grandpa to a Tarantino film? Because he's lived long enough on planet Earth that he can appreciate true cinema. I'm dying. I'm dying. You don't believe that these are real people. You don't believe that the person you're taking out on a date and possibly wooing.
Bitch, we all watched Euphoria while we were in middle school with Fried Our Brain. I mean, Euphoria is very liberal with its utilization of sex and sexuality and sex scenes in general. It's kind of the whole thing. I'm not talking about Euphoria when I talk about like having, yeah, it's very gratuitous, but like there are obviously movies where it happens, you know, and it's just like a normal part of the plot. It's a normal part of human existence. Like that's very different.
And maybe falling in love with and getting married and starting a family with is a real person with interiority and some autonomy of their own. You don't believe that the people who raised you are real people with complicated emotions that can and mature sensibilities that can actually handle stuff. I'm freaking out. You think you're the old, well, you're literally looking at the demography of it and this movie wouldn't be appropriate for them. They're not an 18 to 35-year-old male who spends 8 hours a day on Reddit. What are you talking about?
I love Northern Lions so much. My point is that producers in Hollywood know they can get people naked. If someone doesn't want to do that, they can lose opportunities. Okay, dude, are you sure? You're right. You got it. You got it. You're definitely not looking for any kind of reasoning as to why, like, the things that you see on screen that make you queasy are actually bad by trying to justify the exploitative side of the industry, and completely denying autonomy to people who might willingly actually strip down naked. Like, you know, yes, all labor is exploitative. All labor is exploitative, but as soon as there is nudity in the labor itself, then it's literally the most there's no other way around it. No one can just be like, I'm fine with being naked. I'm comfortable with my body. I'm fine with being naked. It's just not a thing that happens. It's the most exploitative. Female professional actor here. Most casting breakdowns inform actors of a role as nudity or simulated sex before we even audition. As actors, we have agency over what roles we accept and what projects we audition for. There are plenty of roles out there that do not require nudity. If you're not comfortable doing a role that requires nudity, then that simply is not the role for you. And you move on to the next audition. It's inconsistent to think that modeling is exploitative. No, modeling is not exploitative for the output. Modeling is exploitative on the back end because it literally seeks out very young people, okay? It doesn't pay them enough and then puts them in uncomfortable situations, not because you walk on a runway half naked. That was the point I was making. It's the same with like Hollywood. It's not the act of nudity that is exploitative. It's the violation of consent that is exploitative and up and wrong. Oh yeah. I feel like we're regressing because to me, progress is the future when the human body isn't always stigmatized. Yeah, it's fine. What's next? Collegiate art classes with life drawing / painting, shunning nude models. Yes. Don't show Zoomers the movie Kids. This is like a big two things that define Gen Z, I think, is talking about age gap relationships. Like it's the most like age gap relationships, and I don't mean like weird ones. I mean like a 22-year-old and an 18-year-old. You know what I mean? Like they talk about that like it's the worst thing that's ever existed on the planet. Like the classic bit that I used to do. The classic bit that I used to do is like talking about Adolf Hitler's age gap relationship with Eva Braun. Like that's the worst thing that's the worst thing Adolf Hitler did. You know what I mean? Like that's a genre defining moment for Zoomers, and then also sex scenes in movies. The age gap Gen Z should be worried about is how they look like they're in their mid. Okay, stop. I don't like that millennial shit either. When millennials are like, Gen Z looks so old. Gen Z looks so old. Why can't they be beautiful like us? It's ridiculous. Okay. Come on. Calm down. Okay. Calm down. Millennials, shut the fuck up. Okay. We are the backbone of the American socialist movement, but that's cope. Okay. That's just cope. You cannot clip that out of context because it's really bad that he had an age gap relationship too. No, but that's like, some people make it seem like that was the bridge too far. You know what I mean? It's like, that's one of the things that you don't even mention or think about. Okay. You don't think about that. That's not in the top 10 worst things that Adolf Hitler did. It's bad. It's just not in the top 10, you know? All right. Anyway, so where was I? Oh yeah. So I gave an interview to ABC Australia. And apparently the ABC Australia interview, Planet America, this is the full interview. We're just going to watch the full interview, Hasan. By the way. But according to some in Australia, according to some in Australian news, this was unfathomable. A bridge too far. Daily Mail wrote about it. They were saying like, I should never be interviewed by ABC Australia. I had been interviewed by ABC Australia in the past. Read the New York Times article about Baltimore. What? Baltimore is so back.
Piker, he is one of the most well-known live streamers and podcasters in America right now, and he is certainly also one of the most controversial. A controversy that really began 6 years ago when he was a member of the left-wing Young Turks political commentary team. It was on his own fledgling live stream program that he said this.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
Now, obviously, that was just a very, very short clip without its proper context, but it is the clip that most people saw and keep seeing. At the time, it did draw widespread condemnation as well, including from Piker's own uncle. He's another left-wing streamer. This is Young Turks co-founder Cenk Uygur.
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
No. Obviously not, especially considering the fact that while that is a very viral quote that is going around currently, if those people were at least even remotely charitable or cared about the actual truth of what I was talking about, they would understand that within context, I was simply referencing the fact that all of the foreign policy decisions and our arming of insurgent groups in the region and our efforts in destabilizing the Middle East have a direct consequence, a boomerang effect rather, if you will, in causing 9/11.
And Piker did go on to apologise to those who were offended by the initial 9/11 comment. But this all became a major issue again this year in that Michigan Senate Democratic primary. Piker, in the last 5 or 6 years, has become a significant political influencer. He often has prominent left-wing guests on his show, including Bernie Sanders and AOC. And in recent weeks, he has hosted and campaigned for Abdul El Sayed.
Despite backlash, progressive Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed appeared with controversial streamer Hasan Piker at a Michigan State rally where he refused to reject his past comments.
Abdul, are there any views that Hasan holds that you disavow?
I'm not here to disavow people's views. I'm here to have a conversation about how to get money out of politics, put money back in pockets, and pass Medicare for all.
Staying on message, but El Sayed also defended talking on Piker's program, arguing you do not have to endorse somebody's every utterance just to go on their show. And on that we would concur. El Sayed maintains he does not share Piker's socialism. As you said, he says he is a capitalist, but that hasn't stopped some of the other inflammatory things that Hasan Piker has said over the years being used now to attack El Sayed.
In the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist bloods, dude.
The people who listen to Hasan are engaging in good faith. They want a way forward into our politics.
So he has said a lot of inflammatory things, all very good fodder for Republican.
News 24, Sky News Australia, absolutely going to be doing their hate campaign again because of Hasan. Yeah. I mean, it's Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch put the beat on me. Okay. Put the crosshairs on me already. So all of his properties have been aggressively coming after me. Wall Street Journal, the opinion editorial page, at least, because I did get a decent interview with Wall Street Journal magazine. Fox News, Sky News is not a fan. New York Post.
Attack ads now. This is how Hasan Piker defended those kinds of remarks to the ABC's Sarah Ferguson last year.
And it's, of course, hyperbolic, and it's not meant to be sincere. This is not sincere advocacy. It's not a real policy that I would ever advocate for. And that's precisely the reason why when Republicans were desperately looking for any sort of incisive language that they could present, they went back to a very obvious instance of LARPing, an insincere statement that is obviously hyperbolic from, I believe, 2018.
Hyperbole perhaps, but Piker has made an entire series of fairly inflammatory statements about Israel. His rhetoric can be at times very aggressive, sometimes so much that we literally can't play the clips on this show. And he's also been complimentary.
Double down, stop apologizing, take your own advice. But I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. What are you talking about? What, are you stupid? What do you want me to act like I believe in something I don't believe just so I double down? Are you insane? No, I bring this up in the ABC interview as well, where just apologize for things that you truly think are worthy of an apology. You're doing it for yourself. You're doing it for your base. You're doing it for your community. You're not doing it for the opposition. The opposition will always use it regardless, but it's just like so stupid. Look, the framing of this stuff still comes from bad faith actors who have aggressively slammed, choice quotes over and over again from 22,000 hours of commentary. Okay. There will be moments where I'm joking that they'll take as though it's sincere. There are moments that are directly clipped out of context. There are moments where I'm reading a chatter and they clip it to make it seem like I'm saying the thing that the chatter is actually delivering to me. You know what I mean? But if there's something in there that I don't sincerely believe and people ask me about it, of course I'm going to say the truth. I'm going to be like, look, that's not, that's not a thing that I believe. It's crazy.
China's father of communism, Mao Zedong.
I got stopped by a cop who thought I was like making fun of Mao Zedong, which I never. Like, even this one is not the full scope of the argument. Like they're making it seem like I'm like when I say I would never criticize Mao Zedong. Like, I'm joking. I'm exaggerating. I literally immediately followed it up with a criticism of Mao Zedong. Would and never will. It's just not sufficient for these folk. That's what it is. Zedong is a one of the great leaders of this world. Okay, a man who changed the entire universe, the entire planet. Okay, For real, yes. I mean, there was a lot of excesses, let's be real, but the People's Republic of China would not exist without Mao Zedong.
Yeah, there have been some excesses, but Piker also influences a lot of people, averaging about 36,000 viewers at a time. Hey, that doesn't sound like much, but when you're live streaming for 8 hours straight, 7 days a week, it adds up to 14 million people watching his live streams every month. He has 3 million followers, with almost 2 million followers on all of the major social networks. And he micro-targets young men in particular. 70% of adults under 30 who consume news through influencers like Piker say they're better than traditional media at explaining news events. So this guy is really going to matter in the midterms. So why don't we see what he thinks about them, John?
Well, we could just ignore the principles of free speech, I suppose. We do have a few minutes up our sleeves, so why not? Here is Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker, welcome to Planet America.
Funny. What is going on with their graphics package, dude? What is going on with their graphics package? It's so awesome. Australian news is crazy, man. I love it.
The candidate that you endorsed and campaigned for and spoke to many times on
Planet
the air,
America.
Abdul El-Sayed, only Democrat now trailing their Republican rival in all the Senate battleground states. 54% of Michiganders say he is, quote, too extreme to vote for. Establishment Democrats are already saying, told you so. What do you say to them?
Yeah, I think it's expected. As a matter of fact, I talked about this leading up to the election when it was all but sure that Abdul was going to win the primaries, even though the polls were kind of off on that as well. $70 million of outside expenditures and attack ads for Abdul El-Sayed is going to obviously hurt a little bit, but it was clear that it was the primaries, but that impact will remain at least for a little bit. Whereas Mike Rogers, on the other hand, has maxed out his name recognition in the state because he ran and lost already to Elisa Slotkin only 2 years ago. For Abdul, it's all a matter of consolidating the base, which I think is going to be a relatively easy process. But he, of course, still has a lot of work to do. As far as the extremism goes, I find it rather strange that moderate Democrats would consider Abdul El-Sayed to be extreme, especially considering that his opponent, Mike Rogers, who's not even from the state, is a pharma lobbyist responsible in parts for the opioid crisis, and immediately started attacking Abdul with a barrage of unbelievably odious, repulsive Islamophobic attacks, saying that he had actually played a role in combating terror his entire life, from the FBI all the way into Congress, and made comparisons of Osama bin Laden to Abdul El-Sayed. I would say that's pretty extreme. I'd say that the people of Michigan consider Donald Trump to be pretty extreme. So I don't think that's going to be much of an issue.
Hasan, why do you think Abdul El-Sayed won his primary, but Francesca Hong didn't win her primary? Is that just how it goes, or do you think there was a particular reason?
Great question. So Francesca Hong was running for a governor's seat, and that's a very different kind of race. As a matter of fact, most people might not know this, but Americans have a very close and personal association with their governors. There's a lot of blue governors in red states and a lot of red governors in blue states that are beloved. So it's definitely a little bit more removed from the party. But there were a couple things that were pretty significant in the Francesca Hong race, at least as far as all the other insurgent candidates that I've worked with. Francesca did not get any national progressive endorsements. And it's very clear to me, especially after the defeat, that the Democratic Party broadly is still very motivated by electability concerns. And that was a huge problem for Francesca. Not that she wasn't electable, but I think that was the primary earned media attacks that she received from national media leading up to the election. And certainly the establishment Democrats seem to think so, as they consolidated support and got the endorsement of the outbound governor, Tony Evers, who is a fairly popular figure in the state, to go around the state, go up and down the state to endorse and demand people vote for David Crowley instead, which was the more moderate choice. That's the reason why Francesca unfortunately lost the race, despite the fact that there was record high, unprecedented turnout for both of these campaigns. So it's not looking too great for the Republicans in the state of Wisconsin nonetheless. But in comparison to the Abdul al-Sayed run, those are the major differences, I think. Unfortunately, the Francesca Hahn campaign also didn't fundraise enough so that they could potentially run linear TV ads. And we saw her overperformance in rural areas, in rural counties in Wisconsin that were outside of the Wisconsin television market, as opposed to her underperformance against David Crowley in all of the rural markets where outside expenditures to the tune of $4 million were able to purchase TV ads for David Crowley. You didn't mention the 8-to-1 spending and how close the election was? Dog, just wait. I'm cooking. I did. Notice how I did while you were writing that comment? Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes it's okay to just wait.
Son, how much history and indeed cultural bias would Abdul al-Sayed have to overcome to get elected to the Senate from Michigan this year, given there is one Democratic Socialist in the Senate, Bernie Sanders? There has never been a Muslim American elected to the United States Senate. Is America ultimately, inherently, anti-socialist and maybe Islamophobic?
I wouldn't necessarily say that there is an inherent anti-socialist slant. I think most Americans are not very familiar with socialism at all, but they're getting quite familiar. Last run where we've seen a lot of successful self-avowed socialist candidates defeat long-term incumbents in major seats of power within the Democratic Party. Abdul al-Sayed, of course, is not a socialist. He's a capitalist. I like him personally, although I am a socialist, but we've had some conversations and some debates on the issue as well, as a matter of fact. He says he's a capitalist. He just wants to regulate capitalism. So I just wanted to make sure that that distinction is known. But as far as having a Muslim senator, yes, I believe that Islamophobia is always going to be a hurdle, just like Kamala Harris being a black woman was a hurdle for her. But these are not hurdles that people can't overcome. This is something that I stress all the time. Whenever people try to make the argument that only a white man can win the presidency, I tell them, no, I think Barack Obama actually proved that this is not impossible. It's just a hurdle, but you really need to get better at getting to the point faster. Way too much extraneous information. You're even losing me in these answers. Imagine the average viewer. Fair. I do think that there's a lot of information. I'm talking to an Australian audience, so in the back of my mind, I was thinking I need to pack it with as much info as possible. You understand? I'm not talking to Politico. I'm talking to ABC Australia. So I'm trying to package it in a way where I'm thinking about make it shorter, gang. Make it shorter, gang. All right. Abdul good. Fran lost, outspent. That's what I'll say. Francesca lost, outspent. Many attack ad. Many negative earned media moment. Francesca couldn't instill confidence as electable. Is that good? Maybe you find it a little bit boring because you've heard me explain these things over and over again extensively for hours on end. And you're already learned to take feedback, law. I mean, I'm just explaining to you what my position is, you know? My position on this, like the reason why I'm like very robust in my explanation is because I'm talking to an audience in Australia that's probably not as tuned in to the fucking Wisconsin gubernatorial primaries, and they're asking me about the Wisconsin gubernatorial primaries. So I know that there's a lot of factors that I need to explain instead of just like giving short, piffy answers. A hurdle can be overcome with good policies. And I think Abdul al-Sayed's advantage is that he delivers on these good policies, left populist policies that are broadly popular across the board, and not just among Democrats either. I think Republicans also are sick and tired of skyrocketing premium prices that they have to pay for their for-profit healthcare insurance. So Medicare for All is cross-partisan. Medicare for All is actually very popular amongst the masses. And that's a primary fixture of his candidacy. On other issues, Abdul al-Sayed, I think, will be appealing to the masses broadly as well across both parties. One of those issues, of course, is criticisms of Israel. I think he's done a very good job of communicating this desire as well by tying it back to domestic implications, domestic considerations, saying that we shouldn't be waging wars overseas and instead spend this money on ourselves. And at least in my experience, this has cross-party appeal as well.
Hasan, you recently said that progressives might have to moderate in the general election, at least with the way they communicate. Now, does that mean you don't mind if, say, Abdul El Sayed or AOC threw you under the bus, if that's what it takes to win?
Tackling the form is probably the more appropriate way to deal with questions like that, and just simply ask, why are we doing guilt by association? Most Americans hate cancel culture, so that's definitely a successful strategy, which Abdul has deployed as well, and so has Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, as a matter of fact. Because at the end of the day, no matter how hard the Republicans try to make me the relevant figure, the central figure, as they've actually openly revealed in an Axios report that just came out, that this is their midterm strategy to talk about democratic socialism, to talk about myself, and to talk about some of these other candidates and present them as these dyed-in-the-wool radicals. I think what matters most to people is solving the affordability crisis. And I think Abdul and AOC are clever enough communicators to be able to bring the issues at the forefront of their campaigns, even if this is the line of questioning. The other side of this, of course, is that it shows weakness. In the post-Trump universe that we live in, a lot of people actually don't respect apologies for the most part. Everyone thinks that they respect apologies. They see it as humility, but the reality is most people don't see it as humility, unfortunately. We live in a very contentious media environment, and the reality of the matter is when you apologize for an affiliation, whether it's in the past or even in the future, most people end up doubling down on that, and they use that as ownership and will even turn around and yell at you for your hypocrisy, for ever having courted the interests of someone like myself at all. I'll give you one example from my own personal experience. A lot of people use the 9/11 comments that I made in 2019 as a way to declare myself to be a radical, an America-hating radical. And it's really interesting because I misspoke on that, and I actually very clearly was describing the concept of blowback in the longer context of it all. And I also apologized for it back in 2019, and yet people still use that soundbite over and over again now in 2026. So I don't think people care necessarily about apologies. And I think Democrats should probably stop apologizing for things that Republicans want them to apologize for. So my perspective on it is only apologize if you've actually done something wrong and you want to make sure that your base understands that you've done something wrong, and don't ever expect people to take your apology in grace. In most circumstances, your opposition's framing on the issue is what they're trying to dial home to the rest of the voters. So if you end up apologizing, you just take ownership over something you don't have to take ownership over.
Hasan, you suddenly find yourself at the centre of this midterm election campaign. Some of your most controversial comments are being taken and used in attack ads against the left-wing and socialist candidates that you have endorsed. I wonder, can you tell us, what is it like to be at the centre of that political storm, particularly given that we know all too well political violence is a reality in America?
I mean, it certainly worries me. It's not a secret that America can be a very violent nation at times. A lot of people have guns here, and also they use them all the time. However, I mean, that is, I think, the ultimate goal of the Republican Party. It's the ultimate goal of Fox News, and it might even be the ultimate goal of some establishment Democrats who also foresee this movement that I'm a part of as a significant threat to the profits of corporations or their corporate benefactors in general. Having said that, you know, you have to be bold, you have to be brave, and you have to always say the truth. That's my policy. So I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing regardless. But no, it doesn't feel great to be in the crosshairs all the time. It doesn't feel great to be misunderstood. And now we live in an environment where clips out of context can be the news desk editor for months on end, as this line of attack actually started all the way back in April. And I really thought that it would die down by now, but it's only gotten worse in the process, especially after some of these. Bro, you look ridiculous on TV. Use a green screen. Okay. So we're not doing like micromanaging backseat production from chat. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but that's not what this is supposed to be about. Candidates like Abdul won their primaries.
Hasan, you're obviously an entertainer, not a politician. And when you're in live stream mode, you speak like an entertainer, quite a provocative one at times. But you also have serious political opinions and you seem to want to be influential in politics. So does that mean going forward you've got to be more careful when you're live streaming, or do you think that doesn't matter?
I do think it matters. Absolutely. And I am as careful as one can possibly be. But I think a lot of people don't understand the format that I exist in, the medium that I occupy. Twitch streaming is very different than regular live broadcasting. I speak for 8 hours uninterrupted on end. And it's actually a very hostile and sometimes it's actually a very contentious and sometimes very hostile environment because there's always back and forth communication taking place. One example I use is the latest smears that I have been receiving from the Republican Party, including some of its spokespeople like Scott Jennings, who works for Salem Media and now CNN as well. He's in the running for Trump's new press secretary, as a matter of fact. He recently smeared me, he slandered me by using a clip compilation that the Republican Party had put out. And in the clip compilation, it's very clear that I'm actually sarcastically reading a comment from someone in my community that's actually making a very hostile and very heinous accusation, saying we must go back to the time of lynchings. And the Republican Party actually clipped it to make it seem like I'm saying that, as though I'm in favor of going back to a time where lynchings were taking place against black people. Now, they know that this is a heinous smear. They understand that, but they use it nonetheless. I actually am pursuing legal options right now, as a matter of fact. But the reason why I brought that up is because things like that happen all the time, especially when I have spoken on hotly debated, very contentious issues for more than 22,000 hours at this point. 22,000 hours of sometimes hostile conversations about very incendiary topics that people have a close and personal association to. So it's an inevitability that there are going to be moments, passionate moments, moments where I'm embellishing, moments where I'm actually using metaphors that people will take as though these are sincere moments of advocacy and rob it of its context and its nuance. It's actually, my fans used to make out of context clip compilations in a joking manner. And I never thought that years later, those out of context clip compilations would turn into attack ads for candidates and an entire political movement. So having said all of that, of course, I have to be as careful as I possibly can, but I'm not a robot. And the medium that I occupy, unfortunately, allows for this sort of thing to happen quite frequently.
Hasan, because of the controversies around you and the way that you're now featuring in so much of the conservative attacks on progressive candidates, has your usefulness politically largely passed? Are the likes of Abdul El-Sayed or Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Bernie Sanders no longer taking your calls?
Well, I can't speak for Abdul El-Sayed, but no, I don't. The calls have not stopped. I can tell you that. It's actually very interesting because at the end of the day, a lot of people don't want any additional negative association or any negative attention on their campaigns. But the reality of the matter is I do occupy a space where there are a lot of disillusioned young male voters, a lot of voters that weren't necessarily interested in the political process. That's the role that I serve at the end of the day, bringing under 45-year-old young men back into the fray, back into political activism. And that's precisely the reason why a lot of these politicians, of course, want this audience and want to speak to this audience and want this audience of door knockers and motivated people to go out and phone bank for them and even fundraise for them as well. Because remember, these campaigns and these candidacies that I work with, they're left populist candidates. Many of them are socialists. They're a part of a broader movement of Democratic Socialists of America in this country. And for them, they have no other option. There's not going to be outside expenditures in their races. There's not going to be any corporate super PACs spending money on their behalf because their positions are antagonistic to these corporations. So they recognize very well that this is the most important avenue that they can occupy, not only the attention economy, but also the loyal door knockers and canvassers that they get as a consequence of appearing on the show or even campaigning alongside myself. It's actually very interesting. So in the American system, the primaries are not exactly something that people pay attention to for the most part. and certainly not the midterms as opposed to the presidential race. Everybody goes out and votes for the president in the presidential race, but most people don't pay close attention to the primaries. These are the primaries in the midterms, right? And yet, months before the actual primaries took place, Abdul and I went out to college campuses, and we had two different rallies. This is when a lot of this drama, a lot of this manufactured outrage started. And what was interesting is Debbie Dingell, who's a very prominent Democrat in the state, actually attended one of these rallies at University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. And when the journalist asked her what she was doing there, she said she was fascinated by the fact that there were so many young people that were involved in this campaign, so many young people that were primed and excited to come see Abdul al-Sayed, someone running for Senate this far out from an election during the primaries. And that's precisely what I think a lot of these insurgent candidacies require, because we can't have any sort of AstroTurf movements because our positions are very antagonistic to corporate bottom lines. And therefore, we have to have a real people-backed movement. And this is my job. My job. Do you guys actually listen to the things that I'm saying, or are you just focusing on why my voice sounds raspy? It's because I'm doing this interview 3 hours after I was done with an 8-hour broadcast, okay? What? I feel like this is just, whenever I do these sorts of interview hits, this is good to show to your family members, okay? This is good. This is a good setting to show to people who are maybe on the fence. But you just watch and you go, oh my God, your hair looks so pretty. Oh my God, your voice sounds raspy. Oh my God, your lighting actually doesn't highlight you. What is wrong with your background in a TV setting? It's like, dude, calm down, okay? Job is to connect the people with some of these candidates that are going to present their interests, the people's interests, first and foremost, over the interests of corporate profits.
At the moment, the political public are associating you with Abdul al-Sayed, and he's not even a socialist. So who is the candidate that you're most excited about in these midterms, and what's the issue that you personally care most about?
Oh, I'm certainly very excited about Abdul. Look, I understand where America is. I'm a very pragmatic person, contrary to what people will see from these clip compilations that they blast all over the timeline. I'm actually a very pragmatic guy. There are disagreements that I have with even the likes of Bernie Sanders on certain issues. But at the end of the day, I understand that a good organizer must organize regardless of some disagreements. As long as we can have comradely engagements with one another and try to work it out, that's the best possible thing you can do in the democratic process. So Abdul probably is one of the candidates that I'm the most excited to work alongside in this cycle. Although it's very tough to choose because virtually every single person that I've worked alongside this cycle have been incredible. These are unbelievably charismatic, unbelievably dynamic campaigns. These are people that are actually fighting for something. For the first time in my life, I feel, and my community shares the same exact feeling as well, we're finally voting for people that are running on policies rather than simply running in a defensive posture against the Republicans. Because for my entire life, I voted Democrat, and I've always voted for Democrats that I wasn't really excited to vote for. I was voting for them because I didn't want a Republican to win these seats. So instead of voting against something, we now have the opportunity to vote for something, vote for candidates who we align with, that say no more to wars, that want to rebuild this country's infrastructure, that want to rebuild a robust manufacturing base back in the United States of America and give workers the benefits that they deserve, a bigger piece of the productive output that they generate. That's very exciting. So it's tough to choose, but I would say Abdul probably, aside from, I guess, Zoran, who is now the mayor of New York.
Hasan, finally, can I ask your thoughts on the upcoming 2028 presidential election process, the primaries? We saw back in 2016, progressive Bernie Sanders was effectively blocked by the establishment wing of the Democratic Party, who fell in behind Hillary Clinton. Similar thing happened to Bernie Sanders again in 2020. There wasn't even the chance for a progressive to run against Kamala Harris in 2024. Will 2028 be any different? Does an AOC or a Ro Khanna or somebody even stand a chance?
Oh, absolutely. I think 2028 is going to be a very different time than what 2026 looks like. I mean, after all, think about the conversation that we're having right now with numerous democratic socialists, open democratic socialists winning their race. From a foreign POV, this probably reads as an American trying to do normal left politics in a clown world. Yeah. But here's what it is. Here's what it is, okay? That is the reality. Because if you live in a country with socialized healthcare already, socialized medicine already, you probably look to someone like myself as like one of the most normal individuals. Even if you don't fully agree with my worldview, even if you don't fully subscribe to my worldview about my foreign policy opinions and things like that, like ultimately you hear me advocate for healthcare and you're like, why the fuck don't Americans have this? Right? So that's the point for many of these interviews, like Europeans, Australians, like any country, someone like myself, and go, it is kind of crazy. Literally think this guy is a dangerous, radical, anti-American terrorist and communist because he's straight up demanding things that we have been taking for granted here. Okay? It's insane how this interview is pretty accurate framing. So used to the biased, bad faith garbage we get in U.S. media. Yeah. And unseating more than 10 incumbents. I'll give you one example. When the Tea Party movement started, it was backed by the Koch brothers. This is a billionaire. This is a billionaire family, and it was an AstroTurf movement. This movement actually unseated 4 incumbent Republicans at the time, and they thought this was an unbelievable swing. We have so far unseated 10 Democratic incumbents, and this movement is a people-backed movement. And if you were to ask me 2 years ago, when I had just left the DNC after being invited by Kamala Harris and felt very discouraged about what I had heard there, as the Democratic Party's platform was simply a continuation of all of the policies that made Biden so unpopular. If you were to ask me that there would be this robust wave of socialist victories all around the country with almost 50% of Democrats in certain places self-identifying as Democratic Socialists, I would have laughed at you. That was 2 years ago. The general election will be 2 years from now. So the reality will be very different at that point, especially if we're successful. And I do think we will be successful.
Finally, Hasan, 2 years ago, we heard a number of people saying that the Democrats needed a left-wing Joe Rogan. Now, some people at the time said that might be you. 2 years later, there still really isn't anyone else that's dominating in the left-wing internet space except for you. Why do you think the Democrats haven't had more success in that area?
Well, I think Democrats were looking for something that is never going to happen. They wanted someone who could appeal to the masses, someone who could appeal to young men, but also someone who wasn't going to have an independent thought, someone who would be a party lackey, a Charlie Kirk, if you will, but for the Democratic Party. And that's the problem. They propped me up as a potential Joe Rogan of the left. I told them over and over again, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. You got to change your policies. They didn't listen. And, you know, I rolled up my sleeves and got to work. And now we're forcibly making that change by way of democracy. It turns out they are not too fond of that either. I have received an endless amount of attacks, not just from the Republicans who have always despised me, but now from many establishment Democrats as well. It's unfortunate, but I think eventually they'll come to terms with this reality because they can't run away from their base for this long. I think at some point they're going to have to reckon with the reality that many in their base, many in the party actually want these sorts of policies. And they can't consistently demand fealty by utilizing harm reduction narratives and utilizing the electability argument in the primaries, which, you know, it worked against Francesca Hong, of course, in the gubernatorial run. But again, that was a very, very close victory for the establishment Democrats. So that victory has probably left them wondering how an open Democratic Socialist got so close to winning that, what Democrats consider to be a swing state and therefore a moderate state. The reality of the matter is none of these people are moderate. None of these states are moderate, or rather, what people perceive as moderate is not what the party presents as moderate. Most people associate Bernie Sanders' policies with moderacy. They don't associate Kamala Harris's policies with moderacy. So that's the unfortunate dynamic for establishment Democrats. It's one that I think they are going to inevitably have to solve, because at the end of the day, none of us want what has happened so far to continue happening in this country, with another Republican ever seeing a seat of power ever again.
Hasan Piker, thanks for being with us on Planet America.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
Well, for that, let's check in.
Quite incredible ABC scheduled interview with clown Hasan Piker sparks outrage from News 24. This is before the interview even came out. Look out! James drops his truth bomb. Plotting for outsiders everywhere. Yeah, so the interview was pretty good. That's the longer interview. It was a part of a news package. All right, let's move on to situation monitoring. Head of CENTCOM visits USS Lincoln amid questions over when it's set to return from Middle East. Okay? There are numerous actors involved in this story. One of them is Brad Cooper, the admiral in charge of the Fifth Fleet, who is unbelievably compromised, for the record. I don't know if you guys know his background. Very, very pro-Israel, very interesting guy. Not the actor, not Limitless. This is a Navy admiral. So you got that guy. You got Dan Kane, Raising Kane, Trump loyalist general, head of CENTCOM, and of course the guy who was put in that position because of his Trump loyalty, who now is openly ringing the alarm bells about the efficacy of this military campaign against Iran. Today, of course, is the last day where the 60-day memorandum of understanding that Donald Trump signed at Palace Versailles ends. Today is the day where it ends. The Iranian side has declared victory already, established primacy over the Strait of Hormuz. They're claiming that they've won. The American side, on the other hand, is saying something different. What the American side is saying is a whole bunch of nonsense, really. And I think Donald Trump is now saying that he's going to bomb Oman as well. I find that very strange. Trump is, of course, also, as early as this morning, called the reporting on the horrific conditions aboard USS Lincoln to be, and this is going to come as a surprise to many of you, I'm certain, fake news. That's what he said.
Is there enough food on the USS Lincoln?
Yeah, it is. That was a CNN fake report. The Lincoln has been out there for a period of time, good period of time. But over the years, we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting. And
Wait, is that even? I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true, actually. This is definitely overextended beyond previous iterations of conflict. Pretty sure that's not correct. But that's, I mean, does it matter? Does it matter? No, it does not. Yeah, USS Lincoln's deployment is actually record-setting. He's lying about that, but it doesn't even matter.
Admiral came up to see me over the weekend, and it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir, and I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting from CNN.
Mr. President.
Why are they cite all of his lies? Very interesting take. Because he's the president of the United States of America and the commander of the military. So you kind of have to do it no matter what he says. You can't just stop interviewing the president of the United States of America. I understand why you're saying this. I understand the frustrations. And perhaps the media could be a little bit better in the direct lines of questioning whenever they talk to the president, and maybe with their follow-ups, for example. But you can't really not interview the president, right? You can't just like deplatform the president and hope he goes away. That's just not how this stuff works, unfortunately. That's never how this stuff works, and it's never how this stuff will work. So yeah. But let's get back to head of CENTCOM visiting USS Lincoln. Also, Jared Kushner visited the envoys of Hamas and is now talking to the Israeli leadership as well. The situation is chaotic in the region as always. So there we are. And Fox is now telling the sailors to suck it up. I love that personally.
USS Abraham Lincoln will return from the Middle East following reports of supply shortages and mental health problems. The head of U.S. Central Command visited the aircraft carrier over the weekend. Charlie Daggett has more on this part of the story. Charlie, good morning. So what do you make of the visit? What are you hearing?
A lot, Gail. Military leadership is putting a lot of effort into telling us everything is okay here. As you said, CENTCOM made a point of showing Admiral Brad Cooper's visit to the Lincoln over the weekend. That's after families and members of Congress raised concerns about conditions on that carrier. We've discussed that. It's roughly 9-month deployment. In a statement, Cooper called his time on the ship awe-inspiring and emphasized it has among the lowest number of mental health cases of the Navy's 11 active aircraft carriers. In a corresponding Wall Street Journal op-ed Sunday, he addressed the crew. He said he'd address the crew. He said, "You've delivered a performance for the ages, and now you're going home." He also insisted issues related to food, hot water, and other concerns had been raised months ago, and they were resolved. As for exactly when the ship's coming home, well, Cooper didn't give specifics, and U.S. officials I spoke to said they're not going to share the timeline for obvious reasons for its return, which is standard for security reasons. But said it would be a matter of weeks before the 5,000 sailors and Marines return home.
What are the Patriots over at Fox News saying about this, by the way? Let's take a look. On the Big Weekend Show, Joey Jones, on concerns of service members on the USS Lincoln, had this to say.
Very fired up, so I'm going to let him take the reins.
You know what I ate in Afghanistan for 6 months on a burner with using a little burner? I ate ramen noodles. I had to pull the seasoning packet out because I had too much sodium in it, and I put tuna packets in it. That's what I ate. And you know what? I was happy to have it because the alternative was an MRE or something cooked by the Afghan guy who was too stupid to be given a gun, and they let him be the cook. And so if I wanted something spicy, test my fate a little bit, I'd go get a bowl of whatever he made in that giant, urn thing that he had. I mean, how weak are you on TV complaining about tuna and noodles? I'm sorry. You volunteered to serve your country. You can come back, get out of the military, and do like all of these Democrat veterans and complain about it and make commercials.
Yeah, the veterans that are complaining are all Democrat veterans. They're pussies. What happened to venerating our military, man? What happened? I mean, look. You know what my broader position is on this sort of stuff, where I tell people not to join the military. It's not going to be a fun experience for you. And they're going to make you, if you're in the Air Force, for example, they're going to demand that you go and blow up schools and stuff, right? That's not great. That's horrifying, okay? But to hear from the rah, we love our troops crowd, to hear from Fox News, excuse me, sir, we venerate our veterans around these parts crowd, come out and be like, well, y'all are a bunch of pussies for complaining. Oh, wow. Now, of course, the Republicans own that side of the conversation. They own patriotism. They own the military. So no matter what they say, even if Donald Trump comes out and says, I like my war heroes not captured by the Viet Cong, they don't get dinged for it. Okay? They don't get dinged for it. But I find this very strange. I find it very odd that Republicans get to talk like this at a time when there's obviously very low morale for good reason. There's very low morale for very good reason. And it's not because they're overextended. It's also because they know that this is pointless. They know that this is violence for the sake of violence. And perhaps even more significantly, it's not even violence for the sake of American security. It's violence against Iranian civilians for the sake of Israel's ambitions in the region. And these guys understand it. It's very clear. It's very clear that I think a lot of people that are in the Navy, that are sitting on board USS Abraham Lincoln, recognize that they're doing all of this for Israel, okay?
and be a sellout if you want to and come up with a new way of doing things. The last Democrat president that I remember that was deploying troops, Barack Obama, had the Army going to Iraq on patrol bases for 15 months at a time, eating MREs. I'm sorry, but you're a sitting duck on a patrol base in Iraq, in Afghanistan, a heck of a lot more than you are on a fortified Navy ship sitting in the water. You might have got bored, and I'm sorry. We did have more fun getting in firefights, I'll say that. But to sit there and say that it was terrible because you had a corn dog and a hot dog, I would have traded a block of C4 to the Taliban for a hot dog by about July 2010. I just do not understand the mentality. If this is a representation of who our military is now, and I'm not saying it is, but there's at least enough for some of these trash rags to print about it. If this is who we are, we're just Rome sitting here waiting to burn. We've got nothing left. It makes me fume. If he sat there and said, we didn't have any clean water to drink, we couldn't take a shower. I mean, well, I didn't get to take a shower for about 6 months, but still, something that has something to do with hygiene or, like getting sick. There was a scurvy outbreak and, the guys that were missing legs were only given wooden pegs instead of metal ones. Then maybe I might have some sympathy.
This guy lost both his legs by so wild. Like, to me, dude, you sacrificed your legs for a pointless, costly war that was incredibly violent to the victims on the ground. And that wasn't a wake-up call for you to just really reconsider this jingoistic attitude. I will never understand that. I will never, ever, ever in a million years understand that, okay? They will chew you out and spit you out. It'll chew you up and spit you out. And you're just a cog in this, albeit very violent machine. And there's no self-reflection. Easy to understand he's making money off of it. Yeah, but even then, you have no decency? Do you have no honor at all? You don't really think about the conditions at all, where you're just like, these guys understandably are disturbed by the reality that they're just waging war at the behest of Israel. This is just costly. This is incredibly stupid. Of course, it's going to play a role in the morale of the troops, the readiness of the troops. Honor don't pay the bills, dog. I don't know. I find it very odd.
But to that little kid and whoever raised him, Lord, help you if you ever go into a hot war on the ground like millions of Americans have. I can only think what a World War II veteran sitting there.
I mean, he's not wrong about this part, at least. Yes, if we were to wage real war, a hot war on the ground with troop deployments in Iran, that would be an even more spectacular failure than what is currently unfolding in the region. So I guess he ends up finding the truth. He takes the long road there. And of course, from his perspective, it's because the American troops now are all, scaredy cats or whatever. They're like spoiled. But, I mean, this is the Republican mindset, man. I had to suffer, so you have to suffer all the same. I had to suffer. I experienced worse suffering. And you have to sit there and eat it as well. How come you get to complain? Well, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. People are complaining. People are not ready. The military doesn't have the morale to conduct this endless war. So who cares whether they feel that way or not? And I think telling them to suck it up is not going to solve the problem, right? That's it. It's a tactical misstep. It was a bad decision. We have to come to terms with that reality. And the faster we come to terms with that reality, the faster we stop the hemorrhaging, the faster we stop the bleeding, the better it will be overall for everyone. They should have asked you about this clip. What is this?
And so,
okay, stop, man. Stop. Jesus. No jokes.
Who's lucid enough today to see that and think about the 6-month journey home from fighting the toughest war we've ever fought after being there for 4 years, was thinking, listening to him complain like that. The Secretary of the Navy put out his response. That's my response. End of story.
So they're giving their audience a talking point to dismiss soldier complaints. It doesn't matter, though, because this is not going to be able to change the dynamic on the ground, okay? Propaganda only goes so far. When the realities of the battle show something entirely different. And the realities of the battle show that Iran has established and maintained primacy over the Strait of Hormuz. It's that simple. So it doesn't matter. If anything, these additional points of conflict, these additional points of crisis only give us further evidence that we have to pack this up. We have to pack our bags and leave. You can try to propagandize all day, every day. You can talk about how wonderful the oil markets look like, okay? You can talk about how great America is doing. You can talk about how many instances of peacemaking has taken place already. You can just lie about it, sure. And we've seen diminishing returns, albeit, but we've seen some success so far from Trump's communications, okay? But ultimately, there's a finite amount of readily available oil inside of our strategic petroleum reserves. There's only so much Trump can do on the comm side to overcome the reality of an energy crisis that is imminent, that's getting closer and closer by the day. It's that simple. One of the brilliant moves that Iran pulled off that I didn't fully comprehend at first was clearly the destruction of the Bahrain ports. The command center for the Fifth Fleet was in Bahrain. And that was one of the first targets in the Iranian mosaic defenses that were automatically triggered when America, through perfidy, decided to decapitate the Iranian leadership and kill the IRGC commanders as well. So they fought back and they immediately started striking the Fifth Fleet Navy headquarters in Bahrain. That was a major route for USS Abraham Lincoln and all the other carriers in the region, all the other naval assets in the region. That's where they were getting their resupply from. They understood that if you cut off the logistics, that the people on that ship are going to be pissed off. I heard China fixed the oil crisis by decreasing their consumption from the market. Yes. There's also talks that China is increasing their imports back once again, because we were on borrowed time. The United States of America once again got bailed out by China. But there's only so much China can do in terms of cutting their imports by half. That's only a temporary fix, right? So eventually China is going to start increasing their imports once again. And when that happens, of course, the panic is going to set in. And there's already conversations, there's already some observations that China has started increasing their imports. That is going to have a tremendous impact on oil prices that are readily available in the Asian markets. So you can complain about all this, but the debasification, as Amerikanets coined the term debasification, has had tremendous impacts. I mean, knocking out those bases are paying dividends for the Iranian side. Knocking out the radar installations in the region have allowed Iran to also threaten Israel, threaten Israel with less munitions than ever before. They don't have to lob a barrage of missiles now because it's more difficult to calculate the trajectory from afar and establish the appropriate defenses. And also on top of that, they've basically cut off USS Abraham Lincoln from their supply routes. Trump threatening to bomb Oman helps confirm the Iranians having successfully destroyed U.S. logistic nodes on the Omani coast. Those nodes were used to resupply aircraft carriers operating in the Arabian Sea. The Omanis may have given Iran permission to target those nodes or even assistance. Pure speculation on my part, though. Not to be an accelerationist, but when will the chuds here see the prices go up? The prices are already up. The prices are already up. The problem is, are we effectively communicating to the MAGA base that the prices are up because of Donald Trump? The prices are up because Donald Trump is a loyal servant to Israel's needs in the region, to Israel's demands in the region. Prices are already up. We're talking about $4 a gallon for gas. We're going to start talking about $5 a gallon for gas. It's already $5 in woke liberal areas. Fox, I guess, is apparently falsely claiming they're just lying. Fox News graphic claims falsely that the average price of gas 1 year ago was $4.13, lower than it is right now.
So
it was actually $3.14, sorry. So there, Fox News is once again deploying the unbeatable, undefeated technique, lying. Okay, it's very, very effective. But it's important for us to recognize that this is a lie and also call it out.
Asking Americans for patience and paying a little bit more for gas, because the unified message from here is that gas prices will drop quickly once the operation's finished. The president says that he has to do this to make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Jackie?
All I can say is, lying is OP. The Republicans are always going to deploy lies. It's important for us to tighten up our comms to make sure that we're combating these lies effectively instead of getting bogged down in weird sectarian conflict, weird ideological delineations, and weird factional infighting moments. And instead, laser in on what the Republican Party is currently doing. But yeah, if you look at the AAA national average gas prices, by the way, the current average is 4.06 for regular. A week ago, it was $4, almost flat. A month ago, it was 3.9. And a year ago, it was 3.1. So obviously, they're lying about it. Of course, they're lying about it. But this is one of those moments. This is one of those moments where it doesn't really matter. Those numbers are fake, Hasan. Yeah, it's the bad numbers are always fake news. So I guess my point is, it doesn't even matter if a year ago the gas prices were $4. If you can't afford $4 a gallon gas now, you're going to be pissed off all the same. You understand? That's it. Even if gas was more expensive a year ago, if gas is still expensive now, because a year ago Donald Trump was still president, okay? If gas is still far too costly now, people are still going to be pissed off. So you claiming, like Fox News claiming falsely that gas was actually more expensive a year ago doesn't change the current predicament. Do you understand? It doesn't change the current predicament. People are still mad. Also seems that jawboning is failing today. The gravity is moving to Iran. For what it's worth, front month, not really responding to these jawbones anymore. Brent up 3% today at $91. U.S. Energy Secretary Wright, we are not fully back to full oil flow in the Middle East. This supercut of Trump admin officials saying high gas prices were short-term pain, long-term gain is now 160 days old.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term.
For the record, this was a major mistake with the Biden administration as well. If you guys recall, under the Biden leadership, Americans experienced negative real wage growth for almost a year and a half. What that means is inflation was outpacing, like the price of goods that people needed to purchase was outpacing your wages growing, right? So basically, even if you got like a 1% increase in your wages, because inflation was 2%, 3%, you actually were getting paid less for the same amount of work. And instead of addressing that head on, instead of trying to tackle this crisis, instead of implementing price checks, for example, what Kamala Harris called price gouging, combating price gouging, which I thought was smart. They just simply said this was all vibes, that the economy was getting a soft landing, that inflation was coming under control. And even if inflation came under control by the end of the Biden administration, which there's some truth to that, right? It still doesn't matter because people still experienced negative real wage growth for a year and a half. So it doesn't even matter if inflation came under control, right? People still lost money in the long run. So simply trying to propagandize to the masses that things were going great is not going to change their real economic realities. Big problem. Inflation is wiping out all wage gains, says Heather Long, chief economist at Navy Federal. This is why people are dipping into their savings and or turning to credit. Yes, consumption has looked pretty good lately, but can that continue? For middle income and lower income Americans, this is a key issue. This is the key issue. There will likely be some belt tightening ahead. Americans hate belt tightening. Okay? Hasan, we've come so far. Oh, yeah. 63% support for government price controls, including majorities of every partisan affiliation, by the way. Yeah. These guys love communism, for the record. And they did when Kamala Harris presented it. It was a famous moment that I always go back to. Kamala Harris comes out and says, we are going to combat price gouging at grocery stores. Okay? It's widely panned by the New York Times economists. Everybody says this is ridiculous. Donald Trump, when Kamala Harris first unveiled that package, it was sitting at like 63% approval. Donald Trump spends the next month attacking Kamala Harris's price gouging combating initiatives as price fixing, because it is price fixing. Let's be real. That's precisely what it is. Price checks, price fixing, whatever you want to call it. Donald Trump comes out and says, this is Venezuela. This is Venezuela. This is communism. Kamala Harris is a communist. She wants to do Venezuela-style price fixing. You can't have that. By the end of that 1 month campaign from Donald Trump, do you know what happened to the approvals of Kamala Harris's groceries price fixing initiative? It went from 63% approval to 75% approval. Nobody cared. No one cared that it was Venezuela-style communism. Everyone was like, yeah, I love that. Please, more of that for me, please. Now, of course, Kamala Harris still dropped it nonetheless. Kamala Harris dropped it. Her comms team was like, stop talking about this. It's your most popular policy. You have to stop talking about this. You might actually win this race after all. Unbelievable. New Reuters Ipsos fell or just dropped. Trump approval falls to 33%, lowest of his presidency. Reuters Ipsos poll finds. I mean, it doesn't matter. He's got the bulwark. He's got the psychos, right? That will fall victim to his propaganda no matter what. They love him. They think he's a god. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, wait, hold on. I accidentally. So let's get back to Trump urges Iran to wave the white flag as ceasefire expires.
The United States 60-day ceasefire agreement with Iran set to expire today.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yeeks just spoke with President Trump and joins us now from Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, with President Trump, who discussed the situation with Iran as the 60-day memorandum of understanding expires. The president told Fox News Iran should raise the right of surrender. He went on to say, I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry. The president indicating that the U.S. naval blockade is continuing to put new economic pressure on the Iranian regime, despite what the Iranians have said publicly. He said they're good poker players, but they're dying, and that the midterms in the United States have nothing to do with the president's thinking. Now, I asked the president about these parallel talks that are taking place between Iran and Oman about control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the president told Fox News, if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the S out of them. We went on to talk about a variety of different regional topics, including the U.S. stockpiles of weapons that are currently stationed in the Middle East. The president says what we've used so far is peanuts. He went on to say the United States has a lot of mid-level weapons and that many of the more advanced systems, the president says, were given away by President Biden to Ukraine, for example, when we're talking about air defense that is needed right now in the Middle East. The president also spoke about U.S. ally Israel. Remember, his son-in-law and top negotiator Jared Kushner is in the region. He met yesterday with Khalil al-Hayya, the current Hamas chief in Egypt. And the president said that they have a different channel with Hamas and that ultimately they are giving up their guns, talking about the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. I asked the president about the upcoming Israeli elections in October, and President Trump told Fox News, I think it's most appropriate for me to stay out of Israeli elections, but I may endorse somebody. And so a lot of headlines here. The president talking about the latest in terms of the Strait of Hormuz and the Iranian regime that at this moment appears unwilling to reach a diplomatic solution with the United States.
Why is this reporter in Tel Aviv? That's Tel Aviv Trey, baby. What do you mean? When is he not in Tel Aviv? He lives in Tel Aviv full time. Yeah. So obviously I don't want there to be an oil shock, but pro-war people are going to have to subsidize gas anyway. Otherwise, their business owner fans are going to shit their pants when the shock finally comes through. Yeah, the problem with like oil subsidies, by the way, or the problem with like the American economy there is that we obviously are an oil exporter nation. So we have enough oil to potentially overcome a shock. The problem is the rest of the world is fucked at that point. And we can't do that. If we're the hegemon, we have a different set of responsibilities. As the hegemon, we can't just destroy or try to destroy Iran and then end up destroying the entire world's energy markets and then basically take our ball home and leave. We live in this world, okay? We have a fairly fragile, fairly delicate system of international commerce, international trade. Our job, our primary responsibility is to protect international trade, whether that be shipping lanes, which we are showing we're completely insufficient in protecting in the Strait of Hormuz and even in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, ironically enough. And it's also about this delicate system continuing without, too much friction. And now that we're out of ammo, we have to find the most gracious exit we possibly can. And it's very strange that the Trump administration refuses to back down as though we got more magazines out there. We emptied out the clip. We're done. We're out of bullets. So even if we were to decide, we're no longer going to be shipping to our European partners, for example. We're no longer going to be selling oil to the Asian markets. That would be bedlam. Okay? Like, what do you do in that situation? What do you do in that situation where we're just deciding we caused the crisis, we shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and we can't fix it, and we're not even making up for it. We're not even going to sell you the oil now because we need it for ourselves. Otherwise, Donald Trump is going to have major domestic issues, and we're just no longer shipping oil to anybody else. How do you think the rest of the world would treat us at that point? How do you think the rest of the world would look at America as the hegemonic superpower, as the world police? What do you think the impact of that would look like for the European markets, for our Asian allies that that we rely on for manufacturing, ironically enough? So that's the other side of the story as well. So even if we were to shut off our oil transfers, our oil exports to the Asian market, even if we were to restrict the Asian market sales so that we can keep the oil here to engage in some kind of domestic price stability, if we were to do that, then the price of everything else would collapse. The price of everything else would skyrocket because the Asian markets are still necessary for manufacturing. So there's no way out of this. And there hasn't been a way out of this since March, since April. And yet, we just keep leaning into it further and further. We'd be the hegemonic super hoarder. The entire world would hate us, form a secret cabal of nations to exclude us from the world. Dollars be damned. No, it's over at this point. I mean, I think American supremacy is over regardless. It's just going to take some time for people to recreate new security relationships. It's going to take some time for people to come to terms with that reality. Obviously, it's very difficult to restructure the world overnight. It's not going to happen overnight, but that is the reality, no matter what we say or think, what we fail to comprehend.
States. Guys?
Trey, it also looked like we got an answer from the president about what is priority number one for the United States.
This is a bad assessment. Everyone thinks that everything is contingent on the west side of the strait when the eastern side has never been more active. As Sachs said, there's a reason why the markets are stable. Stop exaggerating. Dog, I look at the shipments, okay? First of all, there's far more in the tank than we previously thought there was as far as the strategic petroleum reserves, okay? But these are trackable shipments. And if you look at the eastern, if you look at the southern coast, not the eastern coast, but the southern coast, if you look at the Omani route, and you look at the Iranian route, the number of ships that are crossing are down from 100 ships to like 8. It is at an all-time low. The U.S. oil reserves are at its lowest point since 1983. Why do you think that's happening? Why do you think that is happening? Like, where is the oil going then? No, what you can say is China slashing its imports by half have played a tremendous role in creating some kind of market stability. Okay? You can say that, and that is the assessment. That is the common assessment now, and people are coming to terms with that reality. China, once again, bailing out the United States of America, just like China bailed out the United States. They're doing it again. And it's so glaringly obvious that even YouTubers that previously have probably made extensive videos about China's imminent collapse are basically glazing China. So China's bailing us out again. And it's not just for us. China is bailing itself out because China needs stability to continue trade. China needs to keep manufacturing goods and selling goods. And if the Asian markets collapse because they no longer have any oil and they can't keep up with their energy needs, then they're no longer going to be able to purchase Chinese goods. So it's actually for China's benefit as well. World stability is beneficial for China. You can also say there is a lot more spot trading. There are a lot more oil tankers out there than we previously thought. There's shadow fleets. And there's also truth to that as well, right? This has also allowed countries to continue receiving oil shipments and has played a role in the stability of the oil markets. But at the end of the day, the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve stocks are diminishing. They're diminishing. These are marginal. These are tiny, marginal instances of price stability. And the major reason for a continued price stability in spite of the Strait of Hormuz being closed is because of countries dumping their strategic petroleum reserves. They're utilizing their strategic petroleum reserves. The United States is doing the same. There is no way to overcome 20% of the entire world's energy supply being crippled down to a fraction. Okay? That's it. We're nearing critical levels that will possibly destroy salt cavern stability. That's where we're at. That's also precisely the reason why the Trump administration did the memorandum of understanding.
Is it the nuclear weapon?
So we got to fucking put an end to it. That's it. It's that simple. As I've explained over and over again, like, international capitalism is actually a very delicate system of trade. Okay, it's far more fragile than people think. Just-in-time manufacturing, just-in-time logistics, that plays a role in this as well. And people refuse to recognize that reality. It only works if there's no one spoiling it. If it only works if there's no one waging war directly on these trade routes. Fair, but its petrodollar in the UAE Fujairah has never been this backlogged. The current workarounds help buy time, but won't solve the Hormuz problem. And some ship-to-ship transfers may involve Iraqi oil or even Emirati vessels transiting with Iran's green light. But reserve drawdowns continue and tankers aren't returning. Iran's leverage remains. This is from HFI Research. Strait of Hormuz over the last 48 hours. Tanker attacks continue. Okay, this is from 7 days ago. Iran's demands for opening the Strait of Hormuz are a non-starter for the U.S. As I covered over the weekend, Iran has now added Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq, along with Lebanon for a complete. In addition, it also wants compensation for war damages and the MOU violation. On the shipping front, Oman lane transits continue, but here's the catch. ADNOC UAE ships are being attacked, with 4 of them getting hit last week and another possible attack today. ADNOC's rescue boat was sent out, but no other confirmation on the attack has been announced so far. What's interesting is this. Iraqi crude is getting through the Oman lane. Prosperity tankers carrying Iraqi crude have not been hit. Why? Simple. In the past, Iran has exported some of its oil through Iraq to evade sanctions. This is one of the main reasons why we are not seeing all the tankers get hit through the Oman lane. But it seems clear from the recent escalation patterns that whatever secret deal Iran had with UAE is all but over. Here's the other side of the story, and Trita Parsi is recognizing that as well, that there might be a third round. There might be a third round now because Iran is now on an offensive posture, at least in its communications. Iran, up until the first time where it set the pacing by attacking the U.S. airbase in Jordan, Iran always took a defensive posture. Said, if you attack us, we are going to attack in kind. We're going to respond in kind. Then they said, if you attack us, we will retaliate twofold. We will retaliate against the Gulf nations. We will retaliate against your bases and your assets, and we will punish you. Right? Now they're saying, if the situation is not solved, if America doesn't actually give us what we want, we might go on the offensive. True Parsi has noticed that change of pace as well. Yes, Moshtaba also appointed hardliners into key positions of power just for that. Iran not only has the leverage, but Iran is now actually going to possibly increase its leverage, increase the stress, increase the pressure, and possibly increase the pain. True Parsi says, I'm increasingly convinced that there will be a third round in the U.S.-Israel-Iran war. It is not inevitable, but the signals I'm picking up from the two sides, as well as from some key GCC states, leaves me quite pessimistic. Tehran believes it has the military edge and is openly discussing going on the offensive instead of merely responding to American attacks. By that, Iran will not only have wrested control over the scope and geography of the war from the U.S., but also its timing. I mentioned this before. Iran engaging in a preemptive strike on U.S. bases was a noticeable change in the way that they operate. It was important because for the first time ever, Iran said, we will set the pace. We'll have to retaliate. And America actually didn't retaliate, if you recall, because the conversation in the United States of America has revolved around the fact that we're out of bullets. We're out of standoff munitions. We've depleted our standoff munitions to even engage in offensive strikes on Iranian soil. Iranian anti-air defenses are far more clever than we previously thought. So we can't use our gravity bombs and our fighter jets over Iranian airspace. We have not been able to establish Iranian air superiority. We have not established Iranian air supremacy. And that is the reason why we keep expending our standoff munitions, the Tomahawk missiles that we lob from thousands of miles away at times, or even the ATACMS that we are deploying from Kuwait. This puts Kuwait in a real bad, real dangerous position. And yet we're still utilizing the ATACMS that we have in Kuwait because those are the only ones that are in striking distance of Iran. Why are we using ATACMS from Kuwait and putting Kuwait in a very dangerous position? Because Kuwait could be potentially invaded by Iranian conventional forces. Why are we doing that? We're doing that because we're desperate. Okay? We're doing that because we've depleted our Tomahawk missiles. So the only thing we can utilize in the region within that has striking capabilities on Iranian soil are the ATACMS that we have in Kuwait. This is part of the reason why Iran has threatened to invade Kuwait militarily. Okay? That's another aspect of this. So if Iran is actually going to go on the offensive, Iran could potentially go into Kuwait. What do we do then? Because Kuwait does not have the conventional forces to withstand an Iranian retaliatory attack. So that's one card that they hold if they want to increase the pressure. Tehran believes it has the military edge and is openly discussing going on the offensive instead of merely responding to American attacks. By that, Iran will not only have wrested control of the scope of the geography of the war, but also its timing. So that's important. In the United States, on the other hand, an increasingly frustrated Trump not only promises to annex a strait he can't open, but also threatens to bomb Oman, even though Muscat, by all accounts, has become very helpful to the U.S.'s broader strategy, meaning it is increasingly representing the U.S. position in the talks rather than its own, given it was Oman's previous compromise proposals that prompted the first threat by Trump to bomb America's own mediator. And of course, Trump has formally endorsed the Pakistan-Saudi-Turkey Defense Pact, while Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei has reshuffled much of the top Iranian leadership. So once again, we have lots to discuss. So what do we do? What do we do? You mean Iran is taking Kuwait? I'm saying that's one option that they have agitated in the direction of. Okay? I'm not saying it's a guarantee. I'm simply stating that there have been some hardliners on the Iranian side that have spoken about potentially doing this to Kuwait. Part of the reason for why is because Kuwait is one of the only Gulf nations that is consistently allowing the American forces to attack Iran directly. Analytica Camilla says, remember when I pointed out that the Iran armies are in fact strong enough to nick Kuwait about a month ago? Okay. Arab intelligence officials have picked up evidence, including communications between Iran and militia allies in countries such as Yemen and Iraq, of a strategic shift inside of the country's hardline leadership to get their forces ready to widen the war and raise the costs for the United States. Officials familiar with the findings say alarming weaker Gulf countries like Kuwait, Iran's leaders are increasingly talking about offensive operations on enemy territory. See? And no, this is an act of desperation, Analytica Camilla says. We're literally begging them to agree to our bribes and end the war right now. From the perspective of virtually everyone, Iran has already won this war. They're currently angling to push for a larger victory. You know that line from Ender's Game, the book that's mandatory reading at every American military school? Colonel Graff, let me tell you why you kept on kicking him. You had already won. Ender Wiggin, knocking him down won the first fight. I wanted to win all the next ones too. The idea that Iran is currently suffering tremendous blows by the American blockade, that it cannot withstand, that Iran has a very limited amount of time, and that time actually favors our side is completely fucking ridiculous. Iran has the leverage. Iran has the advantageous position. And every day that goes on where the Strait of Hormuz is still under its control, which it will forever be under its control, they're never going to give that up, right? Why should they? That makes no sense. But every day that goes on that the Strait is still blocked by Iran, whether America says we are blockading the Strait of Hormuz ourselves as well, doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Iran gains more leverage because the American position worsens. And not only that, but now Iran wants to escalate. Iran wants to show the world that it actually controls all the cards. It actually holds all the cards in this conversation. So it's going to push its advantage further by potentially going on the offensive against one of the weaker Gulf allies. Not offensive in the sense that they're going to continue lobbing missiles. They've been doing that. But offensive in the sense that they might actually push their advantage into Kuwait. Oh, thank you. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Oops. What happened? It's just like it was. Oh, damn. Okay. Wait, can you give me the other packets from the fridge? The two different ones? Not these. I don't want these. You can throw these out. My food is here. Let's just stop him from just flying a nuke. Okay. The real truth nuke about the potential utilization of a nuke is that there is no guarantee that a nuke stops Iran. Do you understand? I kept repeatedly explaining this over and over again. Given that the Iranian positions are so hardened, given that the Iranian defenses don't work the way that you think they do, a nuke is not going to change that dynamic. If anything, it'll probably piss them off further. There's also obviously the violation of the nuclear taboo. So if you're going to go out on a limb, if you're going to violate pre-established like Cold War era taboos that have gone on for so long and changed the entire course of history like that, you have to make it worth it. You have to make it worthwhile. And given that there's no guarantee that Iran will stop if they're nuked, that's not worthwhile at all.
That on True Social?
Yeah, the president posted on True Social, and he was very clear that ensuring that Iran never has a nuclear weapon is the #1 priority for the United States. I asked the president about the communication with the Iranians, and interestingly, President Trump confirmed to Fox News that there is a back channel with the IRGC. These are the hardline officials inside of Iran, and that the United States and officials in Washington are speaking directly with IRGC officials in Iran. This is another indication that the Trump administration is not just dealing with the political echelon in Tehran, but also some of these hardliners that have launched attacks against U.S. forces and, of course, in the Strait of Hormuz. But the critical headline here is the president's patience as it relates to dealing with the Iranians. He said there is no timeline. And so this 60-day window that is expiring today is largely irrelevant in terms of the president's thinking as it relates to Iran. And again, he indicated the United States has a lot of mid-level weapons to use if they're needed in the future. But he calls on the Iranians to raise the white flag of surrender. And again, as this moves forward here, there are these parallel talks taking place between Iran and Oman. The president warning Oman not to get in the way of the U.S. naval blockade and the efforts to control the Strait of Hormuz. And we know that that naval, the Iranian regime, hundreds of millions of dollars each day. And this economic pressure coupled with the...
Yeah, this is copium. This is American copium. It costs far more to American supremacy than it costs in the interim to Iran to keep the strait blocked, okay? It blows my mind that they continue with this narrative too. Like, is it actually bad for Iran? Yes, certainly. I think they found like different methods of dealing with it. I suspect it's the bribes that they receive from the United Arab Emirates that's like trying to make up for the economic impact of the American blockade. There's no way you can actually make up for all of it though. It's very interesting. You just keep seeing planes fly in from the United Arab Emirates randomly into Tehran. I wonder what's going on there. But again, doesn't matter.
Sanctions that are expected to be announced this week by the U.S. Treasury, it's adding more domestic pressure on the regime and those officials in Tehran to change their behavior, possibly come back to the negotiating table, as a lot of rhetoric is still floating around the Middle East.
You know, one thing I have not heard, Trey, is about the Red Sea and the Houthi rebels. I know them and Saudi Arabia are exchanging attacks, but is the Red Sea considered open?
At this moment, there is still quite a bit of traffic passing through the Red Sea. But last week, the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen did launch a number of attacks on vessels there. They've also been targeting the Mocha port. This is a government-owned port from the Yemeni government. And they hit it with so many missiles and drones over the weekend that the port authority stopped all commercial activity at that location. Remember, President Trump warned the Houthis against getting directly involved in the fight. And the president also spoke about the Iranian proxies across the region. He spoke about Hezbollah in southern Lebanon and also about Hamas inside Gaza. He said specifically about Gaza, and again, this is important in relation to the meeting that is taking place as we speak in Jerusalem between Jared Kushner and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. He said the Israelis should not be striking in Gaza, because he says Hamas has agreed to lay down their weapons after that meeting yesterday in Egypt between senior Hamas leadership and Jared Kushner, along with the American mediators on the ground. And so, again, there's a lot of moving parts here, but it's all linked, because when we talk about the Iranian regime, they spent decades funding and supporting these proxies across the region, whether it be in Gaza, in southern Lebanon, or inside Yemen. And the president did have something very positive to say about Israel.
Yeah, remember when the conversation was about the hostages and everyone was like, oh my God, why doesn't Hamas simply release the hostages and Israel will stop? And then they did, and Israel didn't stop. And then they were like, well, why doesn't Hamas disarm? And then Israel will stop. And we were like, what does disarmament even mean, right? These are like small arms. They don't have missile launchers. Now Hamas did that, and Israel still doesn't want to stop. Interesting.
In terms of their fighting capability, he said they fight very well alongside our forces, again describing them as the little brother to the United States, understanding that if any combat operations do resume in the Middle East, they would be led by the United States of America and, of course, supported in part by Israel and the Air Force here.
All right, Trey, thank you so much.
Thanks, Trey.
The president said on Friday they're not paying their soldiers, they're not paying their police, and they have 350% inflation. It's costing them a lot every day.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Well, all new at 2, a Fox News exclusive with top Trump envoy Jared Kushner, as the 60-day memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran expires, and he meets with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. This as the two sides discuss the demilitarization of Gaza. Our chief foreign correspondent Trey Yanks just spoke to Jared Kushner. He reports live from Tel Aviv now with the latest. Hi, Trey.
Yeah, hey, John, good afternoon. Special Envoy Jared Kushner back in the Middle East, where he met today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after speaking with Hamas leadership yesterday in Egypt. The Special Envoy telling Fox News that the roadmap to demilitarize Gaza was discussed with new breakthroughs. Take a listen.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu recently called the Board of Peace roadmap unacceptable. Are you asking the Prime Minister to change his thinking?
I think that was his perception of the plan as he got it. I think today we had a very, very...
Dude, until America changes its framework and looks at Israel as an antagonist, nothing is going to change. Israel is not an ally. It's just not. It has diverging interests. Its interests are not our interests. It's that simple. They have played the role of a spoiler over and over again. And they will continue. They will continue to do so. Of course, Jared Kushner himself is like super pro-Israel regardless. So all he's doing is trying to maintain some sort of posture as though he's a reasonable party here, an impartial party here. But it's that simple. It's pretty remarkable that DB spat directly in Trump's face after he announced a peace deal with Hamas, and the White House has nothing to say about it. Yeah. Benjamin Netanyahu is literally doing the exact same thing he did to Joe Biden right now, but to Donald Trump instead. Disarming Hamas with their weapons going to the U.S., not the agreed-upon Palestinian Transitional Authority, while continuing occupation, siege, bombings, and targeted killings. What are Palestinians complaining about?
A good meeting. We were there for almost 4 hours with him and his team going through all the different details. I think there were some valid concerns that they raised that we were able to address, and the misunderstandings and misinformation that's been out about it as well. I mean, certain things like we're very committed to the fact that we have a plan to rebuild Gaza, but we will not allow Gaza to be rebuilt until the demilitarization occurs. Nobody wants to put more money into a place that's gone on for so long until if it's just going to be taken over by terrorists or blown up again. We're also not going to restrict Israel's right to defend itself if there are any imminent threats, and so we had to clarify what that means. We could be seeing progress, in as much as in as little as 30 days, hopefully on starting to take some of the weapons out, and hopefully filling in some of the tunnels as well in the next 60 to 90 days as well. So progress could come quite soon, but we do need cooperation from both sides, and we're going to hopefully get through. But we've made a lot of progress to get here. For Israel, we think this is a win-win situation because if Hamas actually gives over the weapons and the tunnels, willingly over the next 60 to 90 days, that obviously would be the elimination of a huge security threat for Israel, almost an unthinkable achievement. And if they don't follow through now on their commitment, everyone will see that they're not genuine about peace, and then Israel will have a lot more support from the U.S. and others to go and finish the job in the appropriate way.
You met with Hamas officials yesterday. Do you think they're genuine about peace?
I mean, they said all the right things, but obviously it's very, very hard to trust, a terrorist organization that committed these terrible atrocities. But we had a very cordial meeting, and they said all the right things, and so. We're going to give them a chance to perform, but it's going to have to be based on actions and steps, and I hope it will be true.
Yeah, it's so awesome that the main envoy dealing with the American side's positions is Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Both literally have open commitments and open loyalty and open trade relationships with not only the Gulf, but certainly with Israel. This man is not impartial.
Special Envoy Kushner also discussing the memorandum of understanding with Iran that expires today. President Trump told Fox News early this morning that there is currently a back channel between administration officials and IRGC leadership in Iran. John, Jackie.
All right, Trey Inks with the latest from Tel Aviv. Good job with Jared Kushner there, Trey. Thanks so much, Jackie.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
In Gaza this weekend, they mourned the death of a 14-year-old boy they said was shot by Israeli troops. Suhail Shalouf's mother says he was walking to his aunt's house, close to the so-called Yellow Line, the front line for the soldiers who occupy most of the Gaza Strip.
They installed a yellow line, but it's not a yellow line. It's a line of death. Bullets reach our tents. What is our crime?
Israel recently scaled back military operations here, under pressure from the Trump administration, which is trying to move forward a plan for peace. Though last week, Prime Minister Netanyahu rejected the plan, and today he was focused on his own re-election. voting for candidates for his Likud party's parliamentary slate, with polls suggesting that Likud could lose a third of its seats come October's vote, which makes Netanyahu potentially ever more reliant on a coalition with ultra-nationalists who don't want peace but war.
I think targeted assassinations should be carried out in Gaza, taking down 30 to 40 every night. Not just those who pose an immediate threat. There are people there who are not worthy of life. They shouldn't live. They're not even people. I'm giving them a compliment by calling them people.
Such language makes Jared Kushner's mission to Israel unlikely to achieve.
Yeah, my bad for saying these guys are fucking Nazis, dude. Like, literally. My mistake, guys. Can we talk about the feelings? Can we talk about how you received that information? Say this guy's a fucking Nazi. You're like, whoa, 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 excuse me. He's Jewish. How dare you? Well, sorry. He's literally Adolf Hitler. Sorry. Okay. Actually, not sorry at all. It's just the truth. Yeah, playing that Ben Gvir clip is anti-Semitic. Saying the name of his party in English instead of just saying Otzma Yehudit is anti-Semitic. Because his party is called the Jewish Power Party, you know, like white power. That's literally it. That's the whole point.
Much. He was filmed with President Herzog today, but notably not with Netanyahu himself. An Israeli official said there was no breakthrough on Gaza's future, that the Israelis would not withdraw and would continue their attacks when necessary. So though Mr. Kushner met Hamas's new leader in Egypt yesterday, there seems barely any sign of progress. Meanwhile, in the West Bank, 2 Palestinian families have been trapped on this windy hillside for more than a week. The village of Kusra under siege from Israeli settlers, also under the protection of occupying Israeli soldiers. Though for Aisha Hasan, it doesn't feel like protection at all. The soldiers are stationed at my brother Yusuf's house, she says. They keep yelling and singing all day. On Saturday, Aisha managed to film an Israeli soldier who had moved in next door, while the families inside remain pawns in a dangerous political game.
What are you talking about? Pawns in a dangerous political game? This is state-sponsored terrorism. It's a state-sponsored pogrom. It's not a fucking dangerous political game. It's just Nazis doing Nazi shit. Again, this is why I'm not so precious about the utilization of the term Nazi, even though it frustrates many, right? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Well, don't you know don't you know that the Nazis have a very special significance in Jewish history? It's like, okay, well then don't fucking act like Nazis, man. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. The fuck do you mean? I'm not going to back down from accurately explaining the situation and leaning into correct comparisons. Yeah, Israeli settler terrorists who've been besieging a Palestinian-American family in the village of Kusra for 8 consecutive days are casually chatting and shaking hands with Israeli soldiers outside the family's home. We were told by the U.S. ambassador to Israel that the Israeli army was going to remove these settlers. 8 days later, they're still here. And instead of removing them, Israeli soldiers are standing alongside them, chatting with them, and shaking their hands and protecting them.
A battle for this land and for power, because Israel's prime minister hopes to win re-election with the backing of Jewish.
By the way, what you're seeing here is literally their ambition for Gaza as well. That's why they're trying to disarm Gaza. Just so you understand. The West Bank is what happens when Palestinians are disarmed. Gaza is what happens when Palestinians are armed and retaliate. Heads I win, tails you lose. Such is the nature of settler colonialism.
Settlers who also live here. This morning, the settlers returned to the outskirts of Kusra in defiance of the Israeli army, which last week declared this a closed military zone. And the handshakes exchanged between
guys, no
soldiers.
matter what you do, don't call these guys inbred, by the way, because if you do that, you will get yelled at endlessly by mainstream media that unironically turns a blind eye to these kinds of atrocities with regular frequency. It's actually a far graver problem if you were to call these redneck motherfuckers inbred. So I would never do that. I would never do that. God forbid, you know? It's crazy. Craziness.
And settlers were hardly reassuring to the Palestinian who filmed this.
My brother sent me this video. That's terrifying. That just happened like an hour ago. and they meet the soldier. They're shaking hands with the soldiers. That's just happening today.
Nor does it reassure Louis Riddy, a Palestinian American from Ohio who's flown into Israel in the hope of joining his besieged family in the West Bank.
So I'm terrified. I'm asking the U.S. official, the embassy, to provide me protection and to remove the settlers permanently from our village and my area.
Tonight, Mr. Riddy reached Qusra village and his relatives. A small win for American officials who had urged Israel to intervene. But it's not enough to advance Donald Trump's plans.
Dog, they literally apprehended and detained Ro-Khanna. It don't matter. If you're Palestinian, it don't matter. It doesn't matter if you're an American congressperson and not Palestinian at all. If you're insufficiently pro-Israel in that moment, Israel can just kill you, do whatever the fuck they want, and America will not defend you.
For peace in the Middle East.
Jonathan Rugman reporting. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has apparently opened up a whole new front in his war with Iran, threatening to bomb Oman if they got in the way of his peace talks, while Tehran has threatened to go on the offensive. Well, let's get more now from our US editor, Anushka Astana, in Washington. Anushka.
You know, in many ways, I think there are parallels between what is happening in Israel, Gaza, and what is happening in relation to Iran. In both cases, we had deals announced to much fanfare, but then you realise that really they were only the beginning of negotiations which increasingly seem intractable in both cases. I mean, on terms of Iran, the deal that was signed at the Palace of Versailles, the Memorandum of Understanding, it had a 60-day deadline which runs out today. But in truth, that deadline is irrelevant by now because the deal fell apart long ago. Both sides basically say that it is dead. The Iranians say that the negotiations never even began. And in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, which was at the heart of it, well, on that, there has been no real movement. Now, Donald Trump was speaking to Fox News today, and I can't quite get where his head is at because he gave contradictory statements. On the one hand, he said, I'm not in a hurry.
way.
This can go as long as we want it to. On the other hand, he said that Iran should lift the white flag of surrender, and he was threatening, as you say, to an ally, to Oman. Oman and Iran have been talking about how to get ships transiting through.
Which ally around Israel Trump threatened to bomb? No, she's talking about Oman. Oman is a neutral party in this and is a very important mediator. So, of course, Donald Trump is now threatening to blow them up. I'm trying to see the parallels. Yeah, the parallels are simple. America and Israel do not give a shit about a real ceasefire. That's the only parallel here. They just want complete, utter domination and humiliation of the opponents. The problem is with Hamas obviously has a very limited capacity to fight back. They also care about Palestinians being slaughtered. Israel has shown over and over again it does not care. It will literally kill as many Palestinians as possible to apply pressure to Hamas. And therefore, all right, hold on. I'm getting some text messages. Israel can do whatever it wants in that negotiation process, but in Iran, America can't do anything. Lock in, bro. You lost your train of thought. No, I got a bunch of text messages. Pulled out my phone for the first time.
The Strait. Donald Trump basically said to this Fox News reporter that he is prepared to bomb the S out of Oman. Now, I was talking to Alan Eyre today, who was a former negotiator on the Iran deal in 2015. He says the way that Donald Trump is speaking is probably a sign of his own frustration. No one really expects America to bomb Oman, but it is a sign of what is real, that there are no good options right now for the president.
And that's not the only ally he's been threatening.
That's not true. There is one option. It's the only option. It is retreat. Hold the fucking L, dude. Hold the goddamn L. Hold the goddamn L. Hold it. Hold it. I mean, I like music. I have a broad palette. Okay. I have a broad palette. Do you understand? I mean, I like music. I'm getting cooked by Fantano. That's it. I'm joining the Julian Casablancas hate train. Julian, give me money. I'll cook his ass. I'll cook his bald ass, Julian. I love the Strokes. I love stroking. My enemies are victims of Strokes. Strokes have played a big role. Stop LARPing, little guppy. We know you don't like music. I love music. Music is my life. Anyway, let's continue.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, if you are an ally of the US, line up right now because Donald Trump is quite frustrated at the moment. And his frustration right now is being aimed at South Korea. It began with a Truth Social post in which he basically said that he doesn't want to signal hostility to North Korea. And so he wants to scale back on joint military exercises between the US and South Korea that have been going on since the 1950s. He made
Okay, here's the thing. Bro, we don't have the smoke. Like, we can't even fight against a country that doesn't have nukes. North Korea has nukes. What is the conversation? Okay? What is even the conversation that we're entertaining? Okay? What the fuck? The whole point with Iran is like, oh, they can't ever have nukes. Why? Because if they have nukes, they become North Korea. Yeah. It's over. The pivot to Asia is done. Wake up. Western analysts need to wake the fuck up to that reality yesterday. Okay? We don't have bullets, man. We don't have bullets. We don't have the smoke. We don't have the logistics. We don't have shit. It's paper tiger moment. It's paper tiger moment. That's what it is. That these demands are even on the table, however unrealistic and vague they are, shows how badly Trump has lost this war. Breaking. Iran has reportedly given the United States a few weeks ultimatum to meet its demands, or it will shift to a fully offensive posture and launch a timely and precise military attack, per Reuters, citing a senior Iranian official. Iran's demands $300 billion in reconstruction funds, full release of frozen Iranian assets, lifting the U.S. naval blockade, end of the war on, across all fronts, which includes Yemen, Lebanon, Iraq, and Gaza, just so you know. Permanent resolution on the Strait of Hormuz. He emphasized that Iran has reportedly decided to shift from a defensive to a fully offensive posture. Thomas Janot says that these demands are even on the table, however unrealistic and vague they are, shows how badly Trump has lost this war. Matthew Putty says these demands aren't on the table. They were things that the U.S. signed on to voluntarily as a part of the peace memorandum. The shock is coming from the fact that we can't just bad faith yank the rug from under Iran like we did with other troublesome natives. Yeah, we signed the treaty. We just didn't want to follow through on it. Are they including Ukraine? No. I'm glad that they are even making a mention of Palestine. The fuck do you mean? Are they including? I mean, give it another month. Maybe they'll include Ukraine too, honestly. Because if this shit continues, they might include Washington, D.C. They might be like, give us Washington, D.C., please. Because the way this has unfolded so far, every week that we just refuse to deal with Iran, they gain more leverage. Fuck it, dude. They're going to be like, give me North Dakota. Iran is literally going to be like, you have to give us North Dakota. If we just keep going for what, 2 more months, 3 more months, Iran's just going to be like, all right, we've added more demands now. North Dakota is ours. Next month, they're going to say no more invasion of Cuba. No one wants North Dakota. There's a access pipeline there. That's why I said North Dakota is ours. We know what to do with those pipelines.
Clear in his Truth Social post that he's angry with South Korea because they did not support him on Iran. In the last half an hour, he's been asked about this again at the White House. Have a listen to his response.
I called him. I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no, thanks. And I said, wait a minute. We have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor. And you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran?
Bitch, if it's so easy, why haven't you done it? Like, what is South Korea supposed to do, man? What is South Korea supposed to do? You just admitted in that same statement that they rely on American troops for national defense. So what are they supposed to do? Like, you just said, oh, we got all of our troops there. That's how they stay safe. So what are they supposed to do? This kind of shit is so dumb.
That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you?
For years and years, I've said that the American military industrial complex ran a protection racket. And for years and years, shitlib NATO Andes told me that I was a fucking asshole for this truthful statement. Now you got Trump basically giving the game away, openly saying the quiet part out loud. This is not unique to Donald Trump. The only thing unique to Trump is that he's putting the comms out. He's just openly stating what the situation truly looks like. Okay? Were they wrong? Yes, they were wrong. They thought that there was some NATO Atlanticist, like, higher order principle here. There is none. It is a protection racket, dude. It is a protection racket. Always has been and always will be. In any case, my controversial opinion that a lot of people have gotten frustrated by is the fact that this is actually one of the unique instances where Donald Trump isn't doing the wrong thing. As far as no longer doing the military exercises in the Korean Peninsula, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. There's no pivot to Asia, okay? It's over. It's done. Give it up. Our dreams of pivoting to Asia and saber rattling against the great Chinese menace died in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. They died in the Persian Gulf. They're dead. You cannot resuscitate those dreams, okay? You have to understand this. I will repeat this till the cows come home. I will repeat this till the end of time. It's fucking over, okay? It's over. It was our very own Suez Canal crisis moment. Okay? It's done. In any case, Jeremy Lofredo's criticisms here are not incorrect. The Democratic Party's left wing, after spending years goading Trump, even though I love Pramila Jayapal, Congresswoman Jayapal has defended me. This I don't agree with. So our U.S. wannabe dictator, authoritarian ruler has decided to ditch democracy in South Korea for authoritarian rules in North Korea. Like, it's a very overly simplistic narrative. They want to ding Trump. I understand it. But this is low-key one of the only instances of Donald Trump's foreign policy attitude, even before our dreams of pivoting to Asia died in the Strait of Hormuz. Even before then, Trump won. He did the same thing. Trump won. He did the same exact thing. He said, I am going to de-escalate. We're no longer going to do military. We're no longer going to do the military stuff, the military campaigns and all the fucking practice and all the shit that we're doing in the Asian Peninsula. We're no longer going to do it. The Korean Peninsula, we're no longer going to do it. That was good. That ultimately was good, because when you actually pull back from that show of force, North Korea is far more responsive to dealing with South Korea directly. This kind of military theater is exactly what they oppose, is exactly what they hate. When there's all of these drills that take place, when these drills take place, North Korea does their own dry fire drills, right? It's not good for safety. It's not good for security in the region. It's not good for finding a just and manageable conclusion to this endless crisis. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of fuel. The only reason why you do it is to galvanize the far right in Korea, which happens to be just, I guess, the entire right wing of Korea. Under Trump 1, President Moon, Moon was the one, right? Under Trump 1, South Korea and North Korea took steps to potentially find a manageable conclusion. Part of that was also Trump's de-escalation in the Korean Peninsula. And then the incel president came in. The incel president came in. He was super right-wing. He was far more right-wing than the president prior to him. And he refused to do anything. He was posturing and saying that, like, DPRK is an imminent threat. He got way, way, way more aggressive in his posture against their northern neighbors. Can you elaborate on incel president? Yes. President Yoon, who is currently the ex-president who's currently in prison for trying to implement a coup d'etat, he ran on, like, you know, fuck women as a campaign, pretty much. He's a wife guy too, but yeah, he literally was like an incel chud. Dude, Korean politics is insane. Don't even try to fucking wrap your head around it. Japanese politics is insane. Korean politics is insane. I'm just giving you the high notes. There's no reason to dive further into it right now. It'll just hurt your feelings. It'll break your mind. It'll hurt your feelings. You just remember the rose-colored glasses that you have on when you think about Korea. You're like, oh my God, you know, I love K-pop Demon Hunters and I love K-pop in general. Like, just think about it like that. Don't dive any further into fucking Korean politics because it will make you want to kill yourself. There's a reason why the Korean youth consider South Korea, they refer to South Korea as hell on earth. Okay, it is disastrous. Yeah, South Korea is USA on mega steroids. Yeah, South Korea is, if America's late stage capitalism, South Korea is something different. It's like omega stage capitalism. We explained South Korean gender politics to a monkey and it killed itself. Oh, dude, yeah. Oh, dude. Anyway, new post from the president. Hey, Donald, we cool, right? That's awesome. Scoop, Trump's Iran war has burned through over 90% of key long-range missiles. Source tells Zateo News the percentage of critical long-range missiles the Trump admin has depleted in its failing war is at least in the high 90s. Oh, nice. Maybe that's why we stopped attacking. Dude, JD Pondon, what can you say? Anyway, this is why I think it's really funny when Democrats come out and they're like, oh, you love Kim Jong-un. I bet you want to have gay sex with him. Okay? And it's so funny when they're like, you love Kim Jong-un. You want to have gay sex with him. Instead of what? Instead of blowing him up. Okay, we don't have missiles. They have nukes. What are we talking about? I just don't fucking understand what the Democrats want. What do you want? What are we supposed to do? That fat piece of shit used up all the fucking military gear, all the hardware. By the way, I don't even care that he used it all up. I wish he hadn't used it all up on fucking, like, children's schools. I wish he just dumped it in the middle of the ocean and never used it. And we just stopped waging wars. But yeah, we used it all up on Iran. We lost. It's over. What do you want? What do you want? We're going to wage war with a country with fucking nukes? It's ridiculous. Why can't we be serious for once? Why can't we all just collectively get together and say, hey, it's done. It's over. American military supremacy is done around the world. We have to start scaling back our operations. We have to start focusing on ourselves. We have to start rebuilding this goddamn country. Everything is fucking falling apart. But no, you got the opposition party trying to outflank Trump to be like, oh, you want to fuck Kim Jong-un.
Which sounds a lot like tit for tat, doesn't it? It sounds like a president who is frustrated by this ongoing war in Iran, a president who knows that petrol prices here in the US have gone up and people are feeling the pain of them. And because he is lashing out in this way, it also leaves people unsure about what might happen next when it comes to the Middle East.
To put it mildly. Anushka, thanks very much indeed. Well, earlier I spoke to Barbara Leaf, a US diplomat who served as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs, under Joe Biden. I began by asking her what she thought Jared Kushner and Benjamin Netanyahu had talked about in their long meeting.
It's reported that they were in that meeting for kind of tells you all you need to know about how fraught the situation is. This is a particularly fraught moment for the administration to be wading back into the Gaza issue. As you have October 27th elections coming up, you have really no movement on Gaza coming after nearly a year of the end of the war. And of course, the midterms are coming up as well for the president.
Do you think it would have been wiser of Donald Trump not to bother with the Gaza issue right now before the Israeli elections?
Well, wiser? I mean, what should he?
Dude, 2028 is going to be a crazy year because that's when the Chinese elections are too, right? The American elections and the Chinese elections match up around the same time in 2028. That's going to be a very, very interesting time.
Focus on Iran?
Yeah.
Well, most would argue.
That's the point.
Yeah, most would argue that's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So,
Chinese elections, Lamau, keep undermining the Chinese system. Keep being fucking delusional. Oh my God, everyone's saying lol Chinese elections. Yes, they do. They have elections. And there's also internal changes that take place. And yes, that election is a real election. No, Xi Jinping is not stepping down. Oh my God. It's like Putin saying Russia is democratic. No, it's not. No, the Chinese system is not. The Chinese system is not a democratic system in the way that we understand it. Think about it like this. If you're like from a European parliamentary system, the American system only has two parties rather than multiple. Okay. The Chinese system has one party rather than two parties like we have in the United States of America. But the internal discourse and the internal discussion happens within that one party framework. Having said that, however, there are still hyper There's still a normal democratic process when it comes to local level partisan or local level party politics, like who gets to be appointed into a seat of power. And that's how most people start or every single Chinese politician starts their career. Okay, that's it. From the European perspective, the American political system is bullshit. It's literally a presidential system with two parties. The European one is at least parliamentary with multiple parties. In the Chinese system, it's one party. Okay? Just one less party than the American one. I'm not saying it's my favorite. I'm just explaining to you how their structure works. It's important for you to understand it. It's going to be increasingly more important for you guys to understand how the Chinese system works. Because you're just going to need to learn about it. It's the same as like why someone in fucking Morocco knows how the American system works. Because America is the hegemon for now. This article explains that they have 9 parties. Yeah, those other parties don't matter. Okay, stop. I don't like this like, oh, they have 9 parties. Yeah, that's irrelevant. Come on, man. It's just, oh my God. It's just one fucking party. It's a one-party state. It's a de facto one-party state. What the fuck are we talking about? It's a one-party state with internal factions and also a one-party state with the hyper focus on performance, meritocracy, key provinces performing against one another, both in terms of development and also trade and whatever key sectors the party is focusing on as their 5-year targets. History of Chinese elections.
For those of you who don't read Chinese, this comment is talking about the Leninist concept of democratic centralism, which is very much a part of Chinese democracy today.
Your take is identical to the renowned radical leftist communist Mike Bloomberg. Yeah, Xi Jinping, no dictator. American businessman Michael Bloomberg says, U.S. billionaire says it will take time to solve problems like air pollution, but China is taking action. Yeah, this is, by the way, beast mode for Michael Bloomberg. He said this while running for president. Like, I couldn't believe it. When this was when he was running for president. It's just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Our arguments don't matter. Everybody's saying, Hasan, you're delusional about China. You love China or whatever the fuck kind of thought terminating spiral that you want to go down. It doesn't matter. Okay. One day you're going to fucking have to learn it. Okay. You can either get ahead of the curve and learn today. If you want to be ahead of the curve, if you want to be more competitive, learn about it now. Okay. You just have to learn about it now. It doesn't mean you have to like it. It doesn't mean you have to say that we have it here. We should have a similar system here. I'm not advocating for that. Okay. I'm not advocating for that. But it's unbelievably frustrating. Anytime I talk about China, there's like 75,000 people in the chat and also outside being like, oh, how dare you explain what the Chinese system actually is? How dare you do that? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Just say it's Hitlerian, but Chinese and move on. It's like, well, that's not the case. Learn Mandarin, Mr. Ahead of the Curve. Okay, true.
I don't know about you, but I can't function without a visual. So for everything I read, I make a little Canva graphic that normally would never see the light of day. But here we are. Chinese democracy. A brief history. In the article that I shared yesterday, which was a close analysis of all of the iterations of the CCP constitution since 1921, the authors suggested that the Leninist concept of
Northern Line is already mogging you hard on Mandarin study. Yeah, because he lives in Vancouver. Okay, it's like having to learn Spanish living in Miami. Okay, yeah, it's good to know the language of the region that you are living in. It's not like he's learning Chinese because, you know, he has ambitions of living in China. He already lives in Little China. I love Vancouver, by the way. So I mean that positively.
Democratic centralism.
You live in LA? What the dude? Vancouver. I think Vancouver is more of a province of China than Los Angeles is. Los Angeles is a province of Mexico.
Is on paper not that different from liberal democracy.
Some of y'all have never been to Vancouver, and that's why you don't understand what I'm saying. To explain it, it's not a bottom-up system. It's a top-down system. Party leaders pick local candidates to run in non-competitive local elections. These cadre politicians are watched for promotion by their superiors from local committees in Congress. They are advanced to higher regional bodies, provincial bodies, and then national bodies. Yes, and every element of it is hyper-meritocratic. You have key performance indicators, you have key performance targets, and you have to hit them. And you are constantly being watched. You're constantly being watched, and you have expectations that you have to hit certain performance targets. This could be the eradication of poverty. This could be rerouting key industrial output to whatever China wants to do. This could be, I don't know, fixing healthcare in a certain region. And what's really interesting is, I mean, it's a fascinating system. If you actually want to truly understand it, it is a fascinating system. It works for China. It definitely would not work for America. Make no mistake. I'm not saying this would work. We would never in a million years be like, what do you mean? It's a fascinating system that is unbelievably meritocratic. The number one criticism against Xi Jinping is that it has moved away from the constant competitive forces within the party to basically show loyalty to Xi Jinping instead. That's the Western criticism of the current Chinese state of affairs. That for the longest time, it was just pure meritocracy, but it got the corruption got out of hand. Xi Jinping annihilated it. My mouse is not working. It's fine. I'm back. Yeah. All right. I don't know what happened there. My Logitech G Hub is it just randomly shut off. My computer randomly shut off. I don't know what it is. It happens. It happens, I guess. Karen Bass, please fix it. Zoran Mamdani, please fix my computer. Let's blame the gay Austin. No, if there's one guy I'm blaming, it's David, not Austin. Let's be real. He's constantly tweaking my shit. He said that my previous graphics card was leaking, so he replaced it. And ever since then, YouTube, yes, everything went down. It wasn't just the GPU. Yeah, no, I know. The computer died. It wasn't just the monitors. Yeah. I had a 4090 and we swapped it for a 5090, I think. Whatever. Anyway, where was I? We were talking about the Chinese system before my shit went out. God damn it. Hold on. Water cooling is a scam. Get rid of that wax shit. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. Hold on. God damn it. The goddamn Logitech mouse is not like updating fast enough. So my camera's out here. Everything is busted. All right. We were watching this. I said the Chinese system is fascinating. Here, let's take a look at
the
this.
Leninist concept of democratic centralism, which is very much a part of Chinese democracy today. I don't know about you, but I can't function without a visual. So for everything I read, I make a little Canva graphic that normally would never see the light of day. But here we are, Chinese democracy, a brief history. In the article that I shared yesterday, which was a close analysis of all of the iterations.
There seemed to be some confusion in chat when I say non-competitive election. I mean the voters on the local level do not get to choose their own candidate. There's only one candidate and the party chooses it. Yeah, except the voters get to complain. So if there is a local politician, especially at that level, that's not fixing the potholes fast enough, that's not actually following whatever the party, whatever the preset. Yeah. Also, local elections aren't always candidates chosen by the state, especially in rural areas. There used to be an entire genre of Chinese soap TV based around villagers ousting their mayor picked by the state and moved him from elsewhere and picking their own guy to be their leader instead. So rural areas, there's more competition. Ultimately, it doesn't matter because local politicians, even if they are selected by the party, are still in an unbelievably meritocratic process as far as delivering on what the party's needs are for whichever region we're talking about. So if they don't fix the potholes fast enough, or if there's like an instance of police brutality or an instance of corruption, the party will root it out. And the party will even prosecute their members.
Of the CCP constitution since 1921.
They're going to clip this to hell. It's just true. It's very annoying. that people say, oh, they'll clip this out and they'll get mad. I'm not even defending the Chinese system. I'm just explaining it. Okay? I'm not saying this is the best system. I'm not saying we should apply this in the United States of America. I'm just explaining it. Okay? Please, I beg of you.
That the Leninist concept of democratic centralism is, on paper, not that different from liberal democracy. In 1906, Vladimir Lenin described democratic centralism as freedom in discussions, unity in action, and emphasized principles such as leadership elections and accountability to the people. However, the reality of its implementation in Soviet Russia saw discipline and subordination to the top party leadership prioritized over democracy. Having developed out of this context, Chinese democracy is premised on the supremacy of the party, as per Lenin's democratic centralism. However, the line between party supremacy and the repression of party members is blurry at best. If you're struggling with the idea of what party supremacy might mean, I'm British and I try to understand it as something similar to the king's veto power, except that the CCP actually uses that veto power regularly. As Heike Holbig argues here, after rounds of democratic decision-making and discussion via collective institutions, democratic centralism demands that the party make the ultimate decision on everything. And we can see really clearly how this works itself out in today's understandings of democracy in China. So democracy has been described as a core socialist value, but it's at the level of the nation state, not society, which means that the people are not expected to contribute to the development of democracy as a concept. Instead, the party has the ultimate say over what democracy is, how it's defined, and how it's measured. We see the same dynamic in action when it comes to whole process democracy. So Xi's whole process democracy, like most democracy measures, prioritizes the rule of law. However, the Chinese approach explicitly takes the rule of law to mean CCP supremacy. To cite Holbig again, whole process democracy is people's democracy, but with the party leadership underlying the whole process. In other words, Chinese democracy begins and ends with the party. And this is one area where Chinese democracy conflicts with...
It's like almost a reskin of the previous Confucian in some respects. It's both Confucian and it's socialist at the same time. It quite literally is like they take the top dogs, they take the best minds. It's an incredibly competitive field to even join the party. And then the competition doesn't end there. Every single step of the way to advance, you have to be endlessly responsive to the people that you are tasked with meeting the people whose needs you have to meet, whether it is a rural village or whether it's a major province. You just go up the party ranks slowly but surely. Then there's also a very interesting like internal competition where they'll do practice runs, like they'll do pilot programs in different provinces and will make different provinces compete with one another. Okay, where they will do the exact reversal. They'll find the perfect, like ideologically, there's obviously differences within this party because it's massive, right? There are people who are more invested in liberalizing the economy, marketizing the economy. There are people who actually want to ensure that there is far more state control. And so they'll take some of those people and they will pit them against one another, basically, in different provinces to see what works better. Okay. And that's how it works. Is yes, states are supposed to be this. It's supposed to do this in the United States, laboratories of democracy. That's exactly what it is. We haven't seen it as much recently, but yes, there's been a lot more centralization under Xi Jinping. There's a lot more state control over where the economy goes under Xi Jinping. It is definitely not the same as the last two forms of governance. Post Deng Xiaoping, China was moving in the direction of liberalization. Okay? China was moving in the direction of liberalization. And it actually was fairly, it was great for the economy overall. It worked for the time period. But it also created a lot of wealthy people, billionaires that were also brought in to I guess some might say bastardized, some might say evolved Maoist understanding of the national bourgeois class. Okay? Yes, Guangdong versus Chongqing is exactly what I'm referencing when I talk about the competition between districts. So provinces. So one of the major differences between Xi Jinping's mode of governance is that he came in as the anti-corruption guy. Okay, he came in as the anti-corruption guy. That was his whole thing. And corruption in the Chinese system was immense because through 3 different leaders of liberalization and marketization, there were a lot of fucking Chinese billionaires that were then brought into the party, that were bribing the officials, that were simply were hiding their assets in the West. There was a lot of wealth concentration. There was a lot of wealth concentration in the hands of the few. And this was a real concern for the party broadly, that the national bourgeois class was going to overthrow party control. So Xi Jinping was a reaction to that. Sichuan is the province. Thank you. Apologies. And Xi Jinping cut that corruption down. Mayors and governors are moved around a lot on purpose too, because the government doesn't want officials to become too entrenched in one area and become corrupt / gain too much of a power base. Yeah. Here's one version of that. China executes 14 billionaires in 8 years. That was back in 2011. This is before the anti-corruption campaigns. So in any case, it doesn't make sense from our understanding of the democratic process. It just doesn't make sense. And I don't think it would make sense for the Western world anyway. And there's no investment even inside of China to try to get Americans to have a socialism with Chinese characteristic style form of governance, like a Marxist-Leninist single party communist rulership or anything like that. The attitude, the Chinese attitude at least, is always, or has always been, do what works for you. We don't give a shit. What's going to happen once Xi dies? What if China slides back into corruption and stuff? I feel like Xi centralizing power is not good when a successor is needed. I mean, call me white Chinese, but I still think that the party will do everything it can. Ironically, the Guangdong-Chongqing debate kind of reminds me of the abundance debate in the U.S. that was going on. Dangho-Lun, or cake theory, was the discussion at the time. The Chongqing model was to redistribute, cutting the cake more evenly, and the Guangdong model was growing the cake so that no matter how it is cut, you have more than before. Rising tide lifts all boats. Yes, and if I recall correctly, the Chongqing model won out in the end, but there were issues in both. But yes, these pilot programs were deployed. It's the same as when people talk about social credit, right? Social credit was a pilot program. They never nationalized it. But this also stems from the reality that Americans don't understand how the Chinese government operates, and they're not really interested in it at all. So they'll hear something and they'll freak out over it. At the end, what was the pivot to Asia? An abstract recognition by some high-level planners in the U.S. That the U.S. has its interest there. And what was it up against? A coalition of American, Israeli, and Arab factions whose financial power, financial, political, and emotional interests were on the line. Obama's comments about pivoting to Asia and getting Iran to share the region with its neighbors mobilized a grand coalition in response, who spent a decade single-mindedly organizing to lock U.S. power into the Middle East, and they got what they wanted. The Hawks laid bureaucratic tripwires preventing the U.S. from staying out of a regional war. They blew up all the diplomatic off-ramps that would prevent such a conflict. They kept the debate in vague, emotionally charged terms that hid stakes from the public. And on the other side of the ledger, you have a few Asia-focused bureaucrats trying to guard their fiefdom, unwilling or unable to really fight back on specific political questions. The case of Elbridge Colby is really illustrative. Do you think a social credit system works in America? I think we have a social credit system and it sucks. I don't have any idea what the Chinese succession will look like. Yeah, we have credit scores. I don't have any idea what the Chinese succession will look like post Xi Jinping. I don't know. I assume they have contingency plans because that's just how the party is. Actually, the Guangdong model more so won in the end. Bo Xilai was purged and most of the Chongqing model policies were reversed. I thought that, I don't know, sure. I might be mistaken. I thought the guy that they purged was seen as the successful model, but they purged him afterwards. Anyway, this makes a comparison between this talks about Xi's rise to power.
A Western politician who built a career on charisma and getting elected. Now imagine telling them the path to power requires 20 years of rotating between obscure positions in provinces where you know no one, being graded by superiors you didn't choose, trusting that an opaque committee will eventually decide whether you're ready. They would probably never agree. But that is exactly how Xi Jinping rose to power. Party secretary of Ningde, a coastal prefecture in Fujian, then Fuzhou, then governor.
Like, remember, he's still elite too. Like he is still from an elite family. His father was purged initially as well. His father was also a party member, and his father was literally purged, and it only redoubled their loyalty to the party supremacy. And Xi Jinping rose through the ranks
of Fujian, then party secretary of Zhejiang, then briefly Shanghai, each posting outside his native Shaanxi. None required a public election. Every promotion was a decision made by superiors evaluating his dossier. The organization.
What do you mean by purge? Is when you get punished for insufficient loyalty, depending on who's running the show at the time, either for insufficient loyalty, for corruption, for allowing corruption to continue. You are no, they're not. You're not killed. No, it's not. No, purges means you get removed from the party position that you had, or sidelined or sent to the countryside, and you go through some semblance of like re-education. You're sent to work in a factory or work in the countryside. Basically, you lose your political position and you're forced to restart. There's varying degrees of this. Obviously, Jack Ma is a great example of this, where I think he just basically lost his station, but he's not like killed or anything. He's just he went away for a little bit, came back, and his communications are different, broadly speaking.
Is the body managing him, and every cadre in the system goes through the same machine.
I don't like the way that this guy says cadre. It's cadre.
After entering through a competitive exam, you're sent to a county level position far from your hometown. The OD doesn't let cadres serve at senior levels in their native provinces, a rule formalized in 1999 to prevent local power bases from forming. You're evaluated annually against a 100-point system. GDP growth, tax revenue, public order, implementation of central policy.
It's pretty funny because it is the most technocratic abundance nation of all time. That's why I always laugh. This is what I meant when I said KPIs, like straight up GDP, everything.
Your personnel file follows you for life. You will never see what's inside it. Every 2 or 3 years, you rotate again. The funnel narrows at every level. Of roughly 40 million cadres, maybe 2 million reach the leading cadre threshold. Of those, only a few thousand land on the central nomenclatura. 205 sit on the central committee, 24 on the Politburo, 7 on the Politburo standing committee. In American terms, Xi was being managed up through a corporate ladder. The latter happened to lead to control of 1.4 billion people. Picture any Western politician who built a...
Within politics, you usually get removed and either jailed or put under house arrest, and then you are publicly denounced and no longer talked about by the party. Happened a lot under Mao, and many of them, like Xi's father, were then rehabilitated by Deng. His father was a leader of the revolution and got purged twice, I believe, but then he got in with Deng and was rehabilitated. I mean, so was Deng, you know. Anyway, why the fuck was I talking about this? I don't know. My argument is never about like the Chinese system is infallible, it's perfect, and you know, we have to immediately do one-party communist rule here in the United States of America. My argument more so revolves around the fact that you know, it's important to understand how the Chinese government works instead of deluding ourselves into believing that this is like a magical, mystical land with 1.4 billion people that's responsible for 30% of our trade, and we have no interest or investment in understanding how that system works at all. Okay? Many people delude themselves and would rather plug their heads in the sand and just refuse to understand this foreign adversary, which shouldn't be a foreign adversary at all. Okay? For me, a good way to understand it is literally take it word by word party system. What's really fascinating about the Chinese system is Chinese people. Oh no. Tom Tiffany ad labels his Democratic opponent, David Crowley, as data center David Crowley. All right, let's get to Attorney General Todd Blanche, who straight up admitted that he would, of course, listen to Trump's opinion on prosecutions, which is psychotic.
It's Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr. Attorney General, good morning. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your being here in person. As we just heard in your address to the Justice Department staff this week, you said you and DOJ will, quote, uphold the law without fear or favor. You, of course, used to be President Trump's former personal defense attorney. Can you pledge?
Why are multiple big names coming out condemning Dan Bilzerian, Jeffries, and Chantel Brown? Do they have internals showing he could be Randy Fine? No, dude. Dan Bilzerian is going to get smoked by Randy Fine. They're doing that because they're rapacious writers of the state of Israel. And this is good, like, cross promotion. Oh, look, we're reaching across the aisle and we're condemning the anti-Semitism on the right. It's, I don't know. They're just showing their Israel bona fides. They're pro-Israel instincts. That's it. Because like Randy Fine versus Dan Bilzerian is literally the Hitler versus Hitler race, right? Straight up. They agree on pretty much everything, except Randy Fine is I guess, you know, he's unbelievably racist towards Palestinians, and Dan Bilzerian is unbelievably racist towards Jews. So of course, it's you know, anti-Semitism versus Islamophobia, and of course, our kid politicians, instead of just staying out of it and not saying anything, and let these guys have a Hitler off, and then turn around and be like, look at the state of affairs in the Republican Party. They have to literally be like, we are defending Randy Fine against the unjustifiable anti-Semitic attacks. You have no obligation to literally defend fat Jewish Hitler in the United States of America. You just don't have to do that. Yes, Dan Bilzerian is a anti-Semite. Just stay out of it. Like, are you crazy? What the fuck are you talking about? You look like an insane person when you literally point to the worst congressperson in the country. And you're like, oh, gotta defend him. No, you don't have to do that, actually. You literally don't have to do that. What the? And it's especially nutty because there is there's an election taking place in Florida tomorrow. Fetterman isn't worse. No, Randy Fine is worse than John Fetterman. What are you talking about? No. Like, Randy Fine is our Itamar Ben-Gvir, okay? He's American Itamar Ben-Gvir. And of course, in the most American fashion, he's fatter than Itamar Ben-Gvir. And Hakeem Jeffries has no obligation and should not, under any circumstance, talk about the hateful campaign being run by Dan Bilzerian in Florida is blatantly anti-Semitic and shocks the conscience. Like, dude, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yes, he's an anti-Semite. And Randy Fine is literally the same guy, but against Muslims. Why would you ever bring it up? How is this something to talk about when there's an election taking place in Florida with Democrats? I said, Debbie Wasserman Schultz is carpetbagging to a black opportunity district and running against a more qualified black opponent, Elijah Manley, who happens to be progressive. And this is what the leader of the Dems is complaining about in the Florida primaries. Randy Fine and Dan Bilzerian. Yeah. This is, this is who, one day after this, Hakeem Jeffries says, oh, I can't believe the unjustifiable anti-Semitism from Dan Bilzerian. Sometimes you shouldn't say anything. This is one of those times. Just let him fight. Let Armenian Hitler and fat Jewish Hitler fight one another. Why are you getting involved? I don't understand it. Like, they're both Hitler. Just let them fight each other. What do you mean? You want to take a side on this? The fuck? Jihadi Mamdani does not belong as mayor of New York City. He needs to be denaturalized and sent back home to Uganda. I've had enough of this garbage. One day later, Hakeem Jeffries is like, oh, the anti-Semitic attacks Dan Bilzerian has actually launched towards the kind, gracious, beautiful, I kiss him all the time, Randy Fine. It's unacceptable. There are nearly 40 mini Mamdanis who have already won congressional primaries across America. If you don't think the rise of Muslim is a serious problem, you're not paying attention. We cannot allow the halls of Congress to be turned into Dearborn. Yeah, eat more Ben Groiper. American Itamar Ben-Gvir, dude. It wasn't even one day. Jeffries tweeted an hour after Randy Fine's tweet. Oh, it's awesome. What the is wrong with this American Knesset member? Yeah. You mean Hakeem Jeffries, right? Not even Randy Fine. Hakeem Jeffries is the American Knesset member. Hakeem Jeffries, MK, member of the Knesset. It's crazy. Anyway, let's get back to, exceptional levels of corruption taking place in the Department of Justice. Yeah, 90% of Democrats in today's CBS YouGov poll want the Democratic Party to focus on passing Medicare for all. Party leaders are in the 10%. Oh my God. Just like they're in the 10% on Israel as well.
All right, let's move on to Medicare for All. You co-sponsored Medicare for All legislation from 2013 to 2021. You've not co-sponsored it since you became Democratic leader. Will you put Medicare for All up for a vote if you become Speaker?
Well, listen, these are all conversations that the House Democratic Caucus is going to have. Right now, we're focused on November 3rd, not January 3rd. What we are promising the American people is that we're going to fight to make health care affordable for every single American. And we know there's a lot of damage that Republicans have done that we've got to restore and repair. For instance, Republicans have enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history. More than $1 trillion or so has been cut from Medicaid, and what you're going to have is about 14 million Americans lose access to health care.
Do you personally support Medicare for All? Do you personally support Medicare for All?
No, as you indicated, I haven't co-sponsored the Medicare for All legislation that has been introduced over the last several years. I do think we need to figure out how to fix our broken healthcare system and then build something better once we repair the damage that has been done. Now, that will include doing things like extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that more than 20 million people who have seen their health insurance premiums skyrocket, in some cases by up to $1,000 a month. That's not sustainable, and that's something that Donald Trump and Republicans have visited upon the American people.
Just to be very clear, though, as a Democratic leader in the House, would you vote for or against Medicare for All?
I think, as you've indicated in your question to me, it's not legislation that I currently am co-sponsoring or that I support.
Okay.
But we do support the...
Sick. I love the Democratic strategy of refusing to have a vision. I love that. It's awesome. It's sick. Voters deserve less. We're better than the Republicans. This is good strategy. Thank you, Hakeem. Thank you. You are so awesome. Incredible.
Notion that we've got to find a path forward to fix our broken healthcare system and make healthcare affordable for every single American.
Yeah, and then centrist Democrats will like look you dead in the eye and go, "What? You don't want healthcare to be affordable?" Yeah, we do, man. We do. This is just bad politics and bad policy. And that's precisely the reason why you love it. Yeah, 90% of Democrats in today's CBS YouGov poll want the Democratic Party to focus on passing Medicare for all. Party leaders are in the 10%. Hakeem Jeffries is awesome, defending subtly or not so subtly defending Randy Fine. Again, unbelievably unpopular position. Also turning around and being like, I hate Medicare for all. That's another unbelievably unpopular position. It's great.
that the Justice Department will always.
Anyway, if you're wondering like how we got here, it's attitude like that. Okay, that is how we got here. It's how we got to a dipshit like Todd Blanche, who was the personal defense attorney of the president, going on Meet the Press and being like, of course I'm going to prosecute my king's enemies. What do you mean? That's my job.
To act independently of the White House.
Well, there's a big difference between saying we will always do our job and act independently of the White House. No, I'm not going to pledge that. And no attorney general should ever pledge that. The president, I mean, if I were to pledge I will be independent of the White House, what that means is that if President Trump says, I want the Department of Justice to go after every violent criminal in this country, which is what he has said, what you're saying to me is I should say, no, sir, I'm not going to do it. So I will act with integrity. Our prosecutors will act with integrity. We will prosecute without fear or any sort of favor. And that's exactly what we've been doing, and that's what every Department of Justice should do.
Well, I guess big picture, if the president asks you to do something that you feel crosses an ethical or legal line, would you do it?
The president will never ask me to do something unethical or legal.
Awesome. I mean, this is literally how we talk about North Korea. Like, we talk about this. Like, what do you mean? This is how everyone imagines how things work in North Korea. Motherfuckers in the chat being like, oh, well, what about the Chinese system? It's like, well, what about our system, man? We live here. We're stuck here. Okay. We're not Chinese. We're stuck here. And we fucking worry about how bad the Chinese system is all the fucking time. Look at our system. Clearly, it's falling apart.
Or illegal. He never has. He never will. And no, I swore to the Constitution of the United States, like every cabinet secretary has done, and like every attorney general before me has done. And so this narrative that's mostly pushed by the left and pushed by the media, that the president's going to pull me aside and ask me to do something illegal, is completely a false narrative, not true, will not happen, and hasn't happened.
Okay, let's delve into how you do see your tenure. You appeared with President Trump at the Nassau County Police Academy on Friday. You made some comments that did get a lot of attention. I want to play it, get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
My administration and my Department of Justice, if anybody touches a federal law enforcement officer in any way inappropriate, we will prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
And yet, Mr. Attorney General, on President Trump's first day in office, as you know, he pardoned everyone who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, including 172 people who pleaded guilty to assaulting police officers. How is that consistent with your pledge to always protect law enforcement?
There's nothing inconsistent about that. The president's pardon powers, any president's pardon powers, are not limited. So when I say, and when this Department of Justice says, and when the FBI says, like we're saying, and every U.S. attorney is saying, that if you assault law enforcement, we will prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law, that is absolutely what President Trump expects. Absolutely what I expect of our prosecutors, and that's completely separate from any president's ability to pardon.
But he did the opposite of that effectively. I mean, on January 6th, police officers were beaten with baseball bats and flagpoles. Do you believe it was wrong to pardon the people who assaulted police officers on January 6th, given that you have vowed to protect law enforcement?
Every attorney general vows to protect law enforcement, including me. And so, no, I'm not a...
What? It's... Thank you, Bill Cassidy. What can I say? What can I say to this? Like, everyone in American Congress sucks, okay? The entire Republican Party, they're a bunch of fucking assholes. And Bill Cassidy was like, oh, I'm going to be the holdout vote. I'm going to make sure that, you know, I hate Donald Trump now. I'm just going to make sure that this guy doesn't get appointed. And then he did the last second switch up. And now this is our fucking attorney general. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, we're all going to prison. God damn it. This guy's such an asshole, dude. What are we doing?
Pining or in any way saying what President Trump did is wrong? Absolutely not. By the way,
isn't it inconsistent with what you said, though? Is
absolutely
it inconsistent with your pledge?
No, there's a difference between saying we will prosecute anybody. If later a president chooses to pardon that individual, that is the president's right under our Constitution. Do not forget that a few days before...
Yeah, they all get a boss call. Once Collins says she was going to vote no on Blanche, you knew that they found enough votes. Yeah.
Or President Trump pardoned...
What was Cassidy's explanation? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It was bullshit. They gamed it out so that there was like, they gamed it out so their weakest link could look more impartial because they were in a competitive seat. Okay. Susan Collins in this circumstance. And then Cassidy came back and was like, the other appointment might be worse. He convinced me that he is not going to be Trump's lackey. That's what he said. Does it matter? It's bullshit.
The individuals associated and who have pled guilty to the conduct on January 6th, President Biden pardoned hundreds and hundreds of criminals, many of whom were quite violent. So that's his right to do that, just like it's President Trump's right to do that.
But what message does it send to police officers that people who assaulted them were pardoned?
The message to police officers is consistent and same every single day, which is that we will protect you. And by the way, that's a little bit interesting coming from a place where we see violent protests breaking out all over the country, in New Jersey, in Minneapolis, in Seattle, in California. And instead of there being a full-throated defense by leadership on the Democrat side, on the Republican side, what you have is it's as if we're doing something wrong by saying we will protect law enforcement and we will prosecute those who assault law enforcement. We're not.
Let's, on this issue of January 6th, your confirmation was actually held up over the so-called anti-weaponization fund. I just want to remind folks what that means. That would have effectively paid people who felt they were in some ways wronged by the federal government and could have included people who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. You signed a document. You testified under oath that the fund is dead. But President Trump has said he wishes it weren't. If the president asks you.
Oh my God, they're going to bring back the fun. Oh my God, they're going to bring back the fucking fun. Oh my God, it's beast mode for them. It's just, I mean, what are you going to do about it? What can any of us do about it? Everything is so fucked. The level of corruption is unfathomable. They might as well bring back the fucking fun. They might as well just do a slush fund for all the Trump piggies with tax dollars, by the way.
To revive the fund, will you tell him no?
Well, the president has said it's dead as well. So you can, and as the president has said that he very strongly believes that those that had this Department of Justice weaponized against them should be compensated, that he's going to continue to say that.
He said it's up to you. He was just asked about it. He said effectively it's up to you what to do about this.
So, and I've said repeatedly it's dead. And he has also said it's dead. He said it in a cabinet meeting with the press there. And so I think there's this, it might be enjoyable for the media to continually ask me about whether the fund is really dead. And there is no fund. No money went from the Treasury to any account. There were no commissioners established. And so there is no fund. There will be no fund. I've said it repeatedly. And the different angles coming almost every time I speak with the media is someone.
Yeah, fucking hilarious as well, because Cassie was voted out for not being MAGA enough. Trump clearly did not like him, yet still voted for all of his nominees and Blanche for free, literally cuck. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I guess I wish that the Democrats could demonstrate the same, if I was firmly there was like a progressive Democrat, a socialist Democrat in a position of power like Donald Trump, if there was like a socialist Trump, would the Democratic Party demonstrate this level of fealty to that socialist Democrat? Fuck no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Republicans are the ones who always fall in line. Democrats would never do anything that was good for the fucking country. So we only go in one direction, and that's rightward, right? That's it.
Says, well, wait, is it really dead? And I say, yes, it is. And then the next interview I give, somebody will say to me, is it really dead? And I promise you I will say, yes, it is dead.
So you're saying you rule out ever reviving it, but just to be very clear, can you guarantee that under your Department of Justice, anyone who attacked the Capitol on January 6th will not receive one dime of taxpayer money if they file a claim against the federal government?
Well, anybody can file a claim against the federal government, not just anybody associated with January 6th. I'm not going to sit here and say on a news program whether a litigation that may or may not happen will result in money. I can't do that. So what I will say is that there's a process in place for decades where somebody that believes they've been wronged or a tort's been committed against them by the federal government can seek redress. And I'm beyond that, I'm not going to comment about hypotheticals of what will happen in any of those cases.
So potentially they could get paid under another stream of government government funding, but not the anti-weaponization
Well, I don't know
fund.
when you say they could get paid, what is their claim? Is it somebody
The
who pled
Justice
guilty?
Department's judgment fund.
Dog, you know what she's asking. She's asking if you are going to restart the fund under a different name. Are you going to take tax dollars, okay? Are you going to raid the IRS coffers and create a personal slush fund to the tune of $2 billion that could be spent at Trump's behest? That's the question. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it, but that's basically the question. And he's already answered it. He already said yes. He's just trying to slip in and out of it. And honestly, because we have so much corruption happening at the federal government right now, like unfathomable amounts. When I say this, guys, look, I was critical of Joe Biden. I talked about his nepotism and all that shit. Okay. I don't like the Clintons. I've always shit on the Clinton Foundation, all this stuff. We have never seen this level of open graft in our lifetimes. And not only that, but I don't think there's any like liberal democracy, any authoritarian government that has done this level of milking of the public coffers as the Trump administration. Because when you think about Putin, okay, when you think about Vladimir Putin or Erdogan, something that I'm very familiar with, Erdogan loves rerouting contracts to his family members, right? To the tunes of billions of dollars. His son-in-law is literally the fucking, head engineer at, like everyone in his family are unfathomably wealthy. I think his son-in-law might now be the most wealthy person in Turkey officially, right? This is the type of financial engineering that, people like Erdogan, people like Vladimir Putin engage in, right? They'll take state assets and they'll reroute it to their immediate family members. They'll hide a lot of this stuff as well. But the key word here is hide. Okay? The key word is hide. Because a lot of this corruption, even in countries where, there's a lot more bandwidth for the authoritarian leadership to just basically steal money, they hide it. They hide their theft. The World Liberty Financial, the Wall Street Journal reported, the Trump family's flagship crypto venture says its trust company has received preliminary approval from the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency to become a bank. Okay? As in, the Trump family will now operate their own bank. To which I responded with, even Erdogan and Putin have to hide their corruption. These motherfuckers are doing it out in the open, and there's still cattle. There are still cattle that think he's the second coming. This is straight up the most open in-your-face fraud I have ever seen in any developed nation. I have never seen anything like it. So when you think about that, you're like, okay, Todd Blanche does a slush fund for Trump and Trump cronies. Is that really a bridge too far at this point? Like the American, these vultures are picking apart the corpse that is now the American carcass, the corpse of American empire. They are stealing anything that is not fucking stamped down, that's not screwed down. They're just pulling everything. They're pulling out the upholstery. It is a straight up crime spree, dude. It is fucking crazy. Anything that's not nailed down, thank you. I messed it up. That is where we're at, dude. Is there any way to prosecute them after he gets out of office or no? I mean, they're operating like there's no tomorrow. They're operating like no one is ever going to prosecute them. And that's what I find very strange because, and that's also part of the reason why, like a lot of communists on Twitter get mad at me and they're like, oh, you're talking about the Senate majority for the Democrats. You're talking about the Senate majority for the Democrats. I'm like, yes, this is a matter of survival, dumbass. I know that a lot of commies get mad at me on Twitter. They're like, how dare you? You're such a fucking neoliberal Democratic Party, liberal Zionist sheepdog, blah, 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 all this shit. And from my perspective, I'm like, listen, this is like the only short-term mechanism of pushback that we have readily available. I am going to, in the interim, try to make sure that every single person that I work to get elected is at the very least socialist or aligned, or is willing to put up a fucking fight. I just don't understand how they don't fathom. I don't know if they don't live. Maybe they don't live here. Maybe they're just not paying attention to what the fuck's going on in this country. Stop left bashing. They should stop bashing me then. Dick suck. Shut the fuck up. Stop left bashing. What am I, not allowed to fucking express discontent? I love everybody. Everybody turns into small beans, dude. Anytime I fucking reply to an account, they'll be like, how did he find it? I bet he's quote searching. No, you fucking idiot. You've been on the platform for long enough. You should understand. That's what For You page is for. That's what it shows me this shit, okay? That's what Elon Musk wants me to see because he wants me to go fucking crazy. Because you're defending Democrats? Yes. And I'm also explaining what the principle behind it is. You are going to go to prison. And so am I. We are going to go to prison together, okay? There is no distinction. I don't know why they do not see this. It's so strange to me. Like, there are people who are like, I'm a fucking communist, dude. I would never talk about like a Senate majority. It's like, dude, we have no other shot here, okay? I mean, what do you want me to do? Like, what do you want me to do? I don't love it, but like, what reality are you living in? This is what I will never understand. What reality are you living in? Because it certainly doesn't seem to be the one that we are sharing currently. If you're just like, who gives a shit? They're not going to do anything. It's like, well, we have to try. We have to try. We have to do something. We have to try to put a fucking end to this, right? Rick Scott, I think, is genuinely schizo about me. I at first I thought he was like cynically presenting himself as I thought he was initially cynically presenting himself as like this guy who's fake mad about me. Like, he's like, oh, why is Hasan Piker doing this or that? I think he genuinely thinks that I'm like constantly demanding his assassination or something, like on a daily basis.
Socialist beats Moskowitz. Hakeem Jeffries has a real problem, doesn't he?
Oh, no, I don't think it matters. If you look at what Jeffries and Schumer are doing, they'll say something, but if you look at their votes, look at how they act. I mean, they don't want to fund ICE. Not one Democrat in the Senate voted to fund ICE. They never pushed back on Biden's open borders. All right, they've never pushed back on people that are anti-Semitic. They're all in for higher taxes. So if you look at it, it doesn't really matter. Schumer and Jeffries work for Hasan Piker, AOC, and Mandami. Piker wants me murdered and all the capitalists murdered. They never say anything at all. They allow their candidates to campaign with him. They say nothing at all against Hasan Piker.
I believe.
Yeah, I don't want capitalists murdered. I don't want Rick Scott murdered. It's just fucking so insane that he just keeps constantly talking about this. Every time he gets in front of a camera, he's like, do you guys know everybody wants me dead? Like, he just loves talking about how like there's a constant threat of assassination that is imminent. That's coming from my end, it seems. Like, that's what he just keeps saying over and over again.
It's a heavily Jewish district. So it is unlikely that Moskowitz will lose. Is that accurate?
Oh, I assume Moskowitz has been in there. He was in the House before. I assume he's going to win. But just remember, whoever wins that seat, they're going to vote the way Piker tells them to vote. That's how they're running. They're all running. They all support.
Dude, can you imagine? That would be so sick. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries gets his notes from me, dude. Definitely. I wish that was the case. Oh my God. This country would be in such a better place, dude. Holy fuck. Medicare for all, universal childcare, federal jobs guarantee, publicly funded housing all across the fucking country, dude. High-speed rail everywhere. Oh my Lord. Imagine I'm the puppet master behind Hakeem Jeffries. That's what we're doing. Did you see him call Moskowitz a Hasan Piker Democrat? I did.
No, it's because they're scared to
right
open
here.
Borders. I mean, they've never.
If a socialist beats Moskowitz, Hakeem Jeffries has a real problem, doesn't he?
Oh, no, I don't think it matters. If you look at what Jeffries and Schumer are doing, they'll say something, but if you look at their votes, look at how they act. I mean, they don't want to fund ICE. Not one Democrat in the Senate voted to fund ICE. They never pushed back on Biden's open borders. All right, they've never pushed back on people that are anti-Semitic. They're all in for higher taxes. So if you look at it, it doesn't really matter. Schumer and Jeffries work for Hasan Piker, AOC, and Mandami. Piker wants me murdered and all the capitalists murdered. They never say anything at all. They allow their candidates to campaign with him. They say nothing at all against Hasan Piker.
I believe it's a heavily Jewish district, so it is unlikely that Moskowitz will lose. Is that accurate?
Oh, I assume Moskowitz has been in there. He was in the House before. I assume he's going to win. But just remember, whoever wins that seat, they're going to vote the way Piker tells them to vote. That's how they're running. They're all running. They all support, the platform of the Democrat Socialists because.
Yeah, he called Jared Moskowitz a Hasan Piker Democrat who wants him assassinated. That was really funny. Meanwhile, Jared Moskowitz is like, I'm a Ron DeSantis Democrat. What kind of leverage does he think you have?
They're scared.
Dude, I don't know, man. This is reminding me of how like slop tubers made up their minds that I was like the puppeteer behind the Twitch CEO decisions and shit, Like there's a HasanAnon out there. There's like a QAnon, but just for me. After years and years of like propping me up as this like psychotic villain who's ontologically evil, when things don't, and then fantasizing about my demise, when it doesn't happen, these guys lose their minds. They don't actually like, I don't know, go back to the drawing board, try to figure out why these things are not happening, why I'm not in prison, why I'm not, being prosecuted, why I haven't been banned or whatever. And instead of like reconsidering their previous understanding to be like, maybe we just misunderstood what the fuck was going on, they just decide, no, it's the conspiracy is actually far deeper. The conspiracy is far more nefarious than we previously thought. He actually controls Twitch. He's actually blackmailing everyone on Twitch, both on the Twitch side, but also on the content creator side, right? And it's wild to think that now Rick Scott feels that way. Like, it's not just slop tubers like more Pegaslop and Pegasus. It's now also Republican congresspersons who legitimately make it seem like I have this level of power. And at first I thought they were being cynical, but I think in Rick Scott's case, he might be sincere. Like, I thought Rick Scott was cynically saying that because he thinks it's a salient talking point. It's a really good way to attack the Democrats. I'm a very unpopular force on the Fox News side of things, right? Now I feel like he's just crazy.
No. So right, but when you say they could get paid, anybody who sues the federal government could get paid. It depends on the facts. It depends on the circumstances. It depends on what it's alleged the government did. And so I don't know the circumstances of any hypothetical case, and I'm not going to comment on a hypothetical case today, but there is a process in place where if you believe that you've had a tort committed against you by the government, whether it's slipping on ice outside of a federal post office or a law enforcement officer assaulting you, you are allowed to seek compensation.
Okay, let's talk about a case that was recently brought before the Justice Department. The DOJ dropped charges against the Olympic canoeist that it accused of vandalizing the reflecting pool on the National Mall, saying the damage was caused by, quote, botched installation and not vandalism. President Trump, though, said U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro was wrong and that she should revisit the case. Do you support Jeanine Pirro dropping the case, or do you support President Trump's calls to revive the case?
Yes, I absolutely support U.S. Attorney Pirro, as does President Trump. Now, that's different than whether the president is extraordinarily frustrated at what happened in that case. And I don't in any way fault him for that. And by the way, the filings didn't say that all of the damage was done by faulty construction. Okay, so that's where there's some, the media is getting some of the reporting wrong.
Well, it says the damage was done as a result of a botched installation and not vandalism as initially represented.
There was potential vandalism, and we know that there was vandalism. That's also in the brief that you're citing, that there's witnesses that talked about the fact that there was vandalism.
What do you mean by potential vandalism?
Well, there's a witness that said, I observed the defendant vandalizing the reflecting pool. Now, that's different than whether ultimately we had the proof, and you saw what U.S. Attorney Pirro said about that in her filings. And I said this before, we're talking about a single case, okay? We're talking about one case. We had another case of vandalism against a memorial earlier this week. This is horrible what's happening in our nation's capital with some of these really, really sick people vandalizing our national monuments. And U.S. Attorney Pirro is doing a phenomenal job of enforcing that, going after anybody who's doing it. And I think judging her on a single case.
I love that the whiplash going from, hey, Are you going to institute a personal slush fund for the American president that you directly steal billions of dollars from IRS coffers from? Or like, are you going to institute a slush fund directly at the behest of the current sitting president where you steal billions of dollars from the IRS, right? And then the next question is, are you going to kill people who touch the reflecting pool? Like, we go from unlimited graft to, will you prosecute the silliest shit that the president cares about? This country's a fucking joke. It's a joke. It's a complete fucking joke. This country is completely out of control.
Because of the evidence that we had is not fair.
Should the president have a voice in individual prosecution decisions at all?
Every American has a voice in prosecutions. I mean, we hear from Americans all the time. As a matter of fact, many of our investigations start with an American citizen coming forward and saying they saw something. And so whether President Trump should have a, quote, voice, it depends.
Would you take his opinions into consideration when he says, I think this case should be revived? Will you take that into consideration?
So hold on. Will I take the President of the United States' view on something into consideration? Yes, of course. And I hope every attorney general in history would not answer that question differently. Just let's play that out. The President of the United States, the elected President of the United States, says something to me, and I'm supposed to say to you, I would say, nope. I mean, that's not the way it works. Now, the President is extraordinarily, every day he wakes up with one mission, which is making this country better. And as it relates to me, making this country safer. So if he has a view on that, he talks about it on social media, he talks about it when he speaks to the American people. That's certainly something that I listen to.
I'm asking in part because we did see this clash play out in his first term. Bill Barr, the Attorney General during President Trump's first term, did push back against President Trump in 2020. As you recall, he told him his election claims were detached from reality. If you were faced with a similar situation, something that you did not think actually met the standard, the legal standard in your mind, would you stand up to the president?
I mean, so I will always stand up for what's right. And I do not.
And what's right is what my president tells me. My president will never demand I do something wrong. Like, for example, when we gave a sweetheart deal to Ghislaine Maxwell in exchange for her silence, that was the right thing to do. Okay? That was the right thing to do because my president wanted me to do it. It's crazy. Just lie, dumbass. What do you mean? He's not even interested in giving assurances to the public. That's where we're at right now, where you have appointed officials. This is the top cop of the country, okay? This is the highest member of law enforcement in the country. He controls everything. He controls the entirety of the Department of Justice. And he is not on Meet the Press for an audience of 330 million people. He's on Meet the Press for an audience of 1. And that's precisely the reason why he's terrified of even saying, of course I'll stand up to the president if he violates the law. I'm the attorney general. That's my job. But he can't say that because Trump is watching. And if Trump hears him say that, he's going to get mad. So he has to sit there and be like, no, my president is the best. He's beautiful. He's also 6'4" and 225 pounds. And his penis is so large. He's so girthy. It's veiny. I love it. It's my favorite. It's my favorite penis. What are we doing? The left was never right. NOT HasanAbi. Bye.
The president does not expect any of his leaders, including me, to just say yes to him no matter what he says. And so, of course, there's vigorous back and forth with every cabinet member in the president of the United States, which is exactly what President Trump expects. And there again, there is this extraordinarily false narrative that the president wakes up in the morning and calls me and says, Todd, go prosecute X or Y. He does not do that. He has never done that. He will never do that. And so if there's something that he wants to do, but he needs to know that there's a challenge or that we can't do it, of course I will tell him. It happens all the time with all of his leaders, and that's what he expects.
One of the issues that he really cares about, the midterms, and there's been a lot of focus on the midterms as it relates to the Justice Department, which has lost 22 cases.
Oh, no, don't. Kristen Weller, don't ask him if he's going if he's going to stop people from voting in the midterms. I don't want to hear it because the answer is yes, probably, but I just don't want to hear. Oh, God.
Trying to force states to turn over their voter rolls.
God.
State officials have pushed back against those moves. They say states dictate how federal government. Is it time for the DOJ to drop this fight, and will you do it?
Well, we're relying on a statute passed by Congress that allows us, in the right circumstances, to review and get those voter rolls. And so, yes, we're not going to stop doing what I think every American should expect us to do, which is make sure that we have elections that are fair. And as that relates to the Department of Justice, that means making sure that there are no constitutional legal violations, even at the state level. So, yes, President Trump, this administration knows and of course understands that states administer elections, and that will always be the case, but it doesn't mean the federal government should play no role. And so the tension there is, of course, whether we should be playing the role that we're playing, and that's really what we're litigating.
How far are you willing to take this fight? Because you've been ruled against now 22 times. Are you going to take this all the way to the Supreme Court, do you anticipate?
We'll see. We'll see what happens. We're trying to work it out with states. Of course. Yes, absolutely. It's a possibility. Election integrity is something that President Trump ran on and the American people elected him. It's something that every American should care about. And so the idea that the Department of Justice is trying to investigate issues around elections to make sure they're fair and make sure they're conducted the right way is not something that we should be running away from. That's something we should be running right towards.
I want to finally shift gears here a little bit and ask you about an issue that is, full disclosure, close to us here at NBC, the kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's beloved mom, Nancy. Yeah. The FBI told the Wall Street Journal, quote, "The state is the lead in this investigation, has always been the lead." Mr. Attorney General, she has been missing for more than 6 months now. Is it time for the FBI to take the lead in this investigation?
Didn't she die? Isn't it over? Also, yeah, let's bring in the competent law enforcement agency led by Kash Patel. This is why I always say, if I actually hated America, I would be a Republican. Okay? If I wanted America to collapse, I would just be a Republican because that's precisely what they do. If I just hated the American working class, if I hated America, if I just wanted it to die, I would be a Republican. These guys are killing the American empire. They're killing America. They're killing American democracy. They're just destroying everything. It's crazy.
It's a horrible situation, and I share the grief and the frustration that you and your colleagues have and that the whole country has in this situation. I mean, I think whether the FBI takes the lead, we are there to support and give, and President Trump pledged it, Director Patel pledged it, the resources, anything that investigation needs. We are working as hard as we can with the state and local law enforcement in every area, and that means not only providing assistance with manpower, but any sort of forensic assistance. And so we're going to continue to do that. Whether we come in with sharp elbows and take it over, that's not necessarily the right thing to do for her or for anybody, but making sure it's done right and making sure that this investigation is being conducted the way that it should be is something we're doing.
Is there an update? Are you any closer to solving this?
I don't have any update. I don't, and I'm sorry to say that because I wish I had an update. And I know that this type of case is heartbreaking, especially when it plays out nationally like this one has. And all I can say is that Director Patel and his leadership and the leadership out in that area of the country it will remain a priority as it should.
All right.
One of South Florida's newly drawn congressional districts is ground zero for this question. Does democratic socialism resonate in South Florida? Primary results in other states reflect increasing support that comes with increasing frustrations over the costs of health care and housing and income disparities. The new District 25 stretches north-south all along South Florida's East Coast communities from Miami Beach up to Delray Beach with a couple of jogs inland. The incumbent Congressman Jared Moskowitz, he was with us last week. His primary challenger is Democrat Oliver Larkin, a member of and endorsed by the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. Oliver Larkin is right here at the table live with us today. So nice to have you on the program.
A lot of people in here are going to be mad if it stays red for the next 50 years. You mean America? You think the United States of America will survive another 50 years, especially if it's Republican for the next 50? That is the most delusional thing I've ever. Listen, big dog, America will not survive the next 10 years if Donald Trump doesn't refuse to leave office. Okay? What are you talking about? The delusion from this chatter is so funny because, like, dude, let me tell you something, okay? You are probably not a billionaire. I assume you're probably not a multimillionaire either. So there is nothing good coming for you if the United States of America continues to be controlled by the Republicans or even by most corporate Democrats either. It's just not going to happen for you. It's pure fantasy. So cool watching men go to girls' bathrooms. A lot of them trying to push it. Oh my God, your brain is so warped. Dude, what the are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is not, you have envisioned an alternative reality where you're thinking about like 1% of the population and where they get to piss and shit all the time because you're a psycho, because it's the easiest way to manipulate you. Okay? Donald Trump banned transgender athletes from NCAA, right? 49 of them, they're banned. Are you doing better overall? Sometimes it's great to just sit back, take a deep breath, close your eyes and go, why does this bother me so much? Is this something that will actually improve my life, my living circumstances at all? It's not. They broke your brain. Your brain is broken. Gas is about to be $5 a gallon. The president is a servile little piggy to Israel's interests. Israel gets to use our military like its own mercenary force. You understand that? None of the prices got fixed. You're never getting health care, and you're over here being like, well, at least the transgenders don't get to pray in the bathroom. Like, what the easy, man? I don't want you to be sheep, okay? I want you to be smarter. I have health care. Okay. How much are your premiums, jackass? How much higher are your premiums? And before you say, oh, well, the Democrats made that higher too, I was like, I agree. Yeah, it should be free. Not that much. Oh, you're doing fine. Okay, got it. I feel that's a Canadian. Nah. Odds of him being a disabled vet? No, my family living good. Okay, classic. The viral TikTok describes Shadow perfectly. Hog logic.
No,
yeah.
I'm fine, honey. I just got off the phone with Mom. Yeah, they shut down the 2 closest hospitals to her out there. Now the closest one's 100 miles away. And you know, our premiums tripled and we can't help. We're tight as it already is. I know.
By the way, the Republican Republican cope is so awesome. We've now officially moved into fantasizing about living in an alternative reality because they have to. They can't just say like, nah, shit's actually kind of busted. Maybe we need to make some changes. So they have to just straight up be like, nah, everything's good, dude. Everything's great, dude. What are you talking about? I'm living La Vida Loca. Dude, the price of rice went up 45%. Okay? 45%. What the are you talking about? You're so stupid, dude. Yeah, enjoy your $30 burrito, jackass. I'll come back when Vance becomes president and you can yap about him for the next 8 years. We are not going to make it. Okay? We are not going to make it. You are not going to make it. It's just not happening. You're not going to make it. Look at his Twitch clips. Oh my God. Oh God, that's awesome. Look at his PFP. I'm going to sub to this guy.
Dude, my guy just freaking slapped him so hard.
It's a good clip.
That was sad, dude.
Why do you look like Asmongold? Oh man. I love this guy. Yeah, we will. Dog, you're not a part of the team. I don't know how to describe this to you. You are not a part of the team, okay? Even due to my financial circumstances, I am more a part of the team than you are, okay? I don't want to be a part of the team, but that's how it works in this goddamn country. You, on the other hand, wake up, dude. Wake up. You are defending this system that is literally not invested in your well-being at all. Nah, no beef. Man, I was young. Nah, no beef, though. Both sides are kind of dumb. I agree on some points. Oh, my Lord. Then why the are you advocating for Peter Thiel's blood boy J.D. Vance to be the president? Dumbass, what's wrong with you? You're over here talking about how both sides are bad. Okay, who do you think both sides are attacking? Me and you are a part of the both sides. I'm getting ass blasted by the establishment Democrats. I'm getting ass blasted by the entire Republican Party. And you're over here being like, yeah, both sides are kind of dumb, except I do agree with one side over the other. Yeah. You got duped into believing that the Republican Party cares about your interests because they told you that 1% of the population, trans people, are somehow destroying your life or your livelihood. They're just trying to live, man. Just leave them alone. Who gives a shit? Okay? And the best example is that Donald Trump has been combating transgenderism all up and down your state and every state in this goddamn country. And our economic situation is dire. And JD Vance sucks.
I told her, these are the small sacrifices we must make so that trans people can no longer play college sports. Yeah, it was a day. 300 people got laid off, including Bill. Something about the tariffs and cost increases. You know, these corporations don't want anything cutting into their profit margins. No, Bill, he was pretty upset. He was almost crying. He was like, I don't know what I'm going to tell Sally. And it was like a switch went off, and he was like, at least trans people are being kicked out of the military without access to their benefits. Whoa, honey, you remember Frank and Sheila down the street? Sheila got deported today. Yeah, she's been here for 35 years, pays her taxes, no criminal record, US-born children. I don't know, yeah, no, Frank was pissed, but then it was like he kind of calmed down and he just looked off into the distance and said, at least we have a president who declared there were only two genders for once. No, I'm
Thread. Hatch Act is like bottom of the barrel, but it's sensational how corrupt and shameless administration is on every issue at every level. Just absolute insanity, completely pointless. Newly confirmed Attorney General Todd Blanchard speaking at a Trump rally to endorse Bruce Blakeman. Yeah. If they could outright steal the election, they would. These are not people who care about law, democracy, and I remain infinitely frustrated with whiny idiots like this who are effectively, and I remain effectively free riding off the infrastructure of liberal democracy while still complaining about woke. Sorry to lib out, but this shit legitimately pisses me off. Yes. I don't think this is libbing out. Like, I think that the current existing process of democracy, if it's better than what the Republicans want to replace it with, and it should be defended. Okay. I don't think it's libbing out. I think it's insane that Republicans are just stealing everything right in front of our eyes, dude. I want to punish them. What are we doing? That's my argument. My argument is, look. It's not like the Democrats are big fans of mine, as they have shown over and over again. They just straight up love. They would love for the Republican Party to put me and all of you in this community and all the commies on Twitter in a goddamn concentration camp. They would love it, okay? They would love that shit. Many of them are not even hiding that they would love that shit. Many of them are straight up working with the Republicans. Okay? I want to stop the hemorrhaging. I want a little bit of accountability. Hakeem Jeffries defended Randy Fine earlier. Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries would rather defend Randy Fine than someone like myself. Okay? It's never going to happen. I don't expect it. It doesn't matter. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Right now, we need to reinforce a system of accountability, okay? And that requires a Senate majority for the Democrats. That's it. We got to gum up the works. Because unless many of you, LARPers especially, who constantly say, oh, well, what do you mean LARPing? What do you mean LARPing? What? No, we're going to start doing sabotage. Unless you are ready to do that, you need to shut the fuck up and get on board with the program. We need to gum up the works. And even if your goals were to do sabotage, okay, we still need to gum up the works at the legislative level. It's that simple. Do you understand? Like people constantly chirp like as though they have a different alternative strategy. They don't. They just want to chirp. That's all it is. Yeah, maybe you peasants are against the billionaires. I'm not. Yeah, this is a classic. You're not. You're part of the meat shield surrounding the real fascists while they rape children. That's what you are, is true.
You're part of the meat shield surrounding the real fascists while they rape children. That's what you are.
Maybe you peasants are against the billionaires. I'm not. It's LARPs. It's LARPs all the way down. Here's another TikTok
Minnesota
I think
poll
we
workers
like.
were literally going to allow me to commit voter fraud and vote in other people's names because...
Dude, this one is so funny because Cam Higby tried to do voter fraud and immediately got caught, and he still released a video about how it's super easy to do voter fraud Okay, well, you got caught, dumbass. What do you mean?
I wore this to the polling locations. My intent was never to cast a ballot. I never touched an affidavit. I never touched a ballot. I never touched a piece of paper or a computer. The goal was to point out the vulnerabilities in the Minneapolis election system.
Hi, Cam. I love how you bought a whole ass burqa just to prove absolutely nothing. So let me see if I got this right, Cam. You put a burqa on, and then you went out to the polls in Minnesota to prove that voter fraud is a very serious problem. And you decided to demonstrate this by not casting a fraudulent vote. Is that right? Cam, did you think that you were proving that rampant voter fraud was happening by not doing it? Am I missing something? And what's funny, Cam, is the reason you didn't end up casting a fraudulent vote is the exact same reason that everyone else also doesn't try impersonating someone at the polls. Because they offered you an affidavit to sign, and you knew that if you signed that, you would be risking a felony. And that's why...
Oh my God, he has a criminal probe. Conservative influencer faces criminal probe. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, I love this shit so much. Oh, he's such a fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, get probed, jackass.
When it came time to actually test your theory and cast a fraudulent vote, you said, hold on, I gotta go get my friends. And then you ran out to your truck and you drove home. But Cam, I'm not sure if you think we're living in Minority Report, but you thinking about doing a crime does not equate to that crime actually happening. Like if you sat outside of a bank and thought about robbing it, but then you decided not to, that would not prove that rampant bank robberies are happening. You understand? So it was a cute YouTube video, Cam, and the burqa looks awesome, but all you did was prove that people are too afraid to fraudulently vote. So maybe next time try showing us something other than you walking up to a counter, chickening out, and going home, okay?
So awesome. In this context, what do you mean by LARPers? People who refuse to understand or even engage charitably with what I am trying to accomplish. That just simply cast it aside as liberal sheepdogging, harnessing and taking the revolutionary potential of the masses and then slamming it back to voting for the Democrats by any ballot, by any ballots necessary, by any vote necessary, that idea. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people like this. There are a lot of people out, that are, you know, obviously incredibly ineffective and utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, but they, this was funny. We analyzed 25,000 hours of Hasan Piker live streams. One word that is never used, civility. The Hasan Pitchbot is cooking. There are a lot of people out there who just think that like there is this revolution waiting to happen, this spontaneous revolution that's waiting to happen, and that you know, we would have that revolution tomorrow. We'd have a communist revolution tomorrow if it wasn't for people like myself. Okay? And I try not to complain about these guys all the time, but they get so goddamn annoying and they're constantly fucking on my goddamn For You page because Elon Musk wants me to go crazy. They make it seem like I have a button, a communism now button on my desk, and I'm just like refusing to hit it.
Hasan.
Oh my God, here we go.
Piker is a Nepo baby limousine socialist who makes millions streaming and lives in a nearly $3 million house. He got rich off capitalism. Now he's railing against capitalism.
They're still going. Hit the button, coward. I refuse to hit it. I have a communism now button, and I am refusing to hit it. Okay? You live in a $3 million house? I'm out of here. Yep. And the price keeps going up, dude. Something else. Here we go. Tanky Panky 420. Yeah, they do it every day. There's 5 other Fox News segments from today. I thought if you thought they were slowing down, they're not. Yes, they're not going to stop until someone fucking kills me. Okay. I want to know what they mean by like making their money under capitalism. Like what is, yes, I exist in a capitalist universe, okay? What do you mean? Like I didn't like start a fucking anarchist commune off the grid or something? Like what is the alternative? Yes, I work for capitalists. I stream on a capitalist platform. There are no alternatives, okay? There are no real alternatives. There's nothing. There's no viable alternatives to this system. Everyone works for a capitalist. Okay? Everyone works for a capitalist. You got billionaire athletes that are still working for 10 billionaire team owners. Okay? That's just how it works. They make it seem like I have a factory. But even then, it's like, okay, sure. I've given up on trying to explain my class position or anything like that because let's be real. I mean, a lot of leftists also buy into this, okay? A lot of leftists also buy into this. So I am caving. I am now officially an opportunist. I'm a tailist. I am leaning into the reactionary argument, right? A reactionary argument. I am a bourgeois, small business owner, petite bourgeois business owner who is a class trader. Okay? That's my new meta. I'm just going to say, yeah, I'm a class trader. Fuck it. I'm a class trader. What are you going to do? That's me. Oh no, the Trots are going to love that. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I'm a shipping magnate. I'm an international business owner. I love commerce. Free of the markets, free of the people. And I'm a fucking class trader. How about that? That's it. Like, there is no way to operate outside of the confines of capitalism. That's not a thing. You know? You just made several 5-person discourse very upset. No, I think they would be like, you see, he admitted it. Yeah, I love commerce and I want to bring it to the beautiful nation state of Singapore, but I cannot.
Graham, thanks so much for coming in. 2 days for some really interesting results that I think a lot of people are watching and going to learn from. I want to start with you, though. You have been in politics a lot, worked for Bernie Sanders, organizer, union organizer. What, right now, right here, what do you do for a living?
I'm a digital marketing consultant.
Oh, okay.
I've worked in political marketing and digital advertising with Democratic candidates, campaigns, unions, and I've done that at various agencies over the course of 10 years. In January of 2025, I opened my own LLC and began working for myself, helping candidates locally. And it wasn't before long that a few people approached me about running for this race. So I know advertising, I know return on investment, and I think that's what taxpayers are looking for.
And boy, isn't marketing so much a part of candidacies now?
Sure
always.
My controversial opinion is this lady was like kind of fine and kind of nice until the conversation shifted over to Israel, and then it just like fell apart. And she just said like insane things. Like, it was totally cordial until Israel. It was like, it's just like a switch flipped in her fucking mind or something.
So how did you get involved with, you've been a Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get involved with the DSA? Because I don't think the Democrat Socialists of America were as part of the conversation of any campaign that I can remember in my tenure as a reporter. How did you get involved with that?
Yeah, I became a Democrat at 16 when Barack Obama was running for president the first time. I was a high school motor voter, getting my voter registration with my driver's license. But I started identifying with democratic socialism when I began volunteering and then working on Senator Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign. And I formally joined the organization in 2020 at the height of a once-in-a-century healthcare pandemic, when I did not see the Democratic Party fighting for Medicare for all, when we were all relying on one another for our collective well-being. I felt that it was important to build a parallel power structure to the Democratic Party that was really more responsive to the needs of ordinary Americans.
And we'll get into all of those kind of issues. I really want to look at D25 right now, brand new district, a pretty...
Like, it's very cordial. And you would think like, oh, wow, this is a person who's doing their job. This is a normal Florida local news broadcaster. A normal Florida news broadcaster. Surely this conversation will continue being normal.
Split district by design by Florida Republican lawmakers who wanted to make it a bit tougher for incumbent Moskowitz to have a race. And so the word socialism, let's talk about marketing, let's talk about communications. The word socialism in South Florida to many people is just a non-starter. These are people who came from socialist dictatorships, who have a first-hand perspective of socialism as a failure. How do you speak to these people, many of whom are going to live in this district? This district is heavily Hispanic. How do you explain yourself to them?
Yeah, the operative word is democratic, that I want popular collective input over the systems that govern our lives. And I believe in multi-party democracy. I believe in upholding our civil and constitutional rights, which many people fled places like Cuba or Nicaragua, as my wife's parents did back in the 1980s, looking for a better life in the United States of America. And I believe that our policies are actually more supportive of people trying to achieve the American dream, making sure that employer-based health insurance is not an encumbrance to people starting their own small business, their entrepreneurships. And I think that when we look at what the fears of socialism are, we actually see the repression of social and political rights emanating from the Trump administration. And I think what the most popular policies that Democratic Socialists are running on, like Medicare for All, raising the minimum wage to a living wage, it really addresses the cost of living concerns that many in South Florida, including our Latino residents, have.
And the devil is in the details and those things. Again, I want to talk about that, but I really worked hard for our interview today to define for myself, what does this mean? Because, you know, I think we try to get out of the political rhetoric and the propaganda. I really want to know factually, what does all of this mean? And you tell me if this is valid. U.S. markets create wealth, and then the government supplies some of the, well, hopefully all of the safety net. In democratic socialism, the market creates wealth, and then taxes and regulation spread it out for everyone's benefit. Does that sound valid to you?
I think that's a fair characterization. I think that we have a system currently with quite low corporate and higher earner income and tax rates. And I want to see us restore much of the mid-20th century top marginal tax rates, making sure that we're closing tax loopholes so that we're actually having equitable payment into the systems that are very popular, like Medicare, like Social Security, but that do not provide the full spectrum of care. So I think that that's an accurate way to represent it.
All right, so let's get into Medicare for all. Everybody needs health care. Not everyone gets the health care they need. That's just a fact in the United States. A function of money is involved in health care. But there's also the pharmaceutical
How are we going to pay for it? How are we going to pay for
industrial complex. It is a big business. Translate for me a very utopic idea of everybody getting the very best health care they need for free.
Dude, it's awesome. I love that we're calling the basic function of the, you know, social democracy that exists in virtually every country that is poorer than ours, utopic. Like, as though Canada is a utopia, as though the UK is a utopia, as though every like Scandinavian, every Nordic social democracy is a fucking utopia. France is a utopia. Turkey is a utopia. Turkey, a much, much poorer country like Turkey, is a fucking utopia. Mexico, utopia. We are the only OECD nation that does not have some form of socialized medicine. Do you guys understand how insane that is? We are the only OECD country that does not have socialized medicine. And in the most American fashion, we act as though everyone else is crazy. We are the crazy one.
Not only paying for it, because that's always everyone's question, and that's a big one, but incentivizing the people working in it to be the best doctors, not overwhelmed with the medical needs of people who are so sick. Talk to people who have to pay for the person who smokes and drinks.
That's an insane. Okay, the part that she's not mentioning is actually psychotic, because the part that she's not mentioning in this argument is right now, doctors are not overwhelmed because we just let poor people who are really sick die. Okay, that's what she's saying. She's basically saying we just let poor people die, and that's why our system is not overburdened, which is not even true, by the way. Our systems are overburdened. What are we doing? God, so when I hear stuff like this, and then I hear like Americans sincerely advance this agenda that is so focused on rugged individualism that they come across as objectively sociopathic,
terribly unhealthy when the person is very conscious of their health.
Yeah, I saw this.
Take me through those.
Fun behind the scenes about this appearance, says Zach Boff. While Oliver was on air, I was in the other room and a sitting Florida state representative called me a self-hating Jew and said I support the eradication of my own people. Oh my God. These people are so fucking insane, dude. What do you say to a guy that thinks that?
Real details.
Oh no, if Israel doesn't maintain an apartheid and continue doing genocide, every Jew will die. You are a psychopath. Okay? I'm sorry. That is psychotic. I don't know why we have to live in a world where we have to act like that is a normal position to maintain just because a bunch of people maintain it. Okay? That is not a normal position. That's an insane position to have. Anyone and everyone, for any other ethnic group, for any other religious minority, if they behaved like this, okay, and Jews are not all like this, for the record. This is just like hyper-Zionist American Jews who advanced this argument. But that's psychotic. That's like a crazy thing. I don't know what it is, but this is like that argument is so psychotic that it's like a soapbox argument that you hear from someone standing at a subway station. You know what I mean? And yet we have normalized this argument. What the fuck?
To where you want to be.
Yeah, I think when we look at insurance pools as a whole, it's having the broadest possible risk pool, the same way that when we look at the fragmentation of the property insurance market in Florida and these sky-high rates that people are dealing with, we're suffering from the same issue with the healthcare market.
Also, once again, the notion that, Jews are not safe in fucking Boca Raton if Israel is not armed and funded to the fucking gills is extra insane. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? You live in Boca Raton, man. What are you talking about? Please stop with this madness. Please, I beg of you. So many of these motherfuckers went to college. They're like educated people. They're kind people overall. It's like crazy that there's just there's something that short circuits in the minds of so many people because of, unfortunately, unbelievable amounts of social conditioning that they just like cannot snap out of it. They don't recognize it as fucking hysteria. Oh. The editors of The Atlantic read this and found this very thought-provoking. Syed's insistence that he will protect Jewish people like his own daughters is striking. I couldn't help hearing an almost direct echo of the 7th century Pact of Umar, the paradigmatic formulation of the protections granted to Jews and other non-Muslims under Islamic rule in exchange for deference and legalized subordination. The Pact of the Dhimmi is... I can't read this shit. You just go to therapy, man. Go to therapy. You're an insane person. You need medical intervention. You need medical intervention now.
Place currently where there's what we hear is that we want competition. But
no, they're not kind people at all. They're all vicious racial supremacists. Always have been. This isn't surprising. I mean, I guess it's like the fucking was like, really fun at parties or something until you get them started on black people. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's like that. Like, I don't disagree with your point. It's just like, I think it largely stems from the fact that like Jews by and large, both historically and in contemporary American society, have always been the bedrock of progressive movements. So that's the reason why like, if you're a Klan member and you're like a right winger, you're a Trump supporter, or you're like a lifelong Republican, and then you reveal your position on black people, that's not that big of a step. That's not that great of a step all of a sudden. You didn't just like flip the script entirely. I'm not like shocked that the guy who's wearing the fucking stars and bars all of a sudden reveals to me that they're a Klans member, right? It's not a great leap from that position to the revelation that they have, maximalist attitudes about racial supremacy. For Jews, on the other hand, who are, for the most part, like very historically, with the exception of black people in this country, Jews have been very progressive. They've been a very progressive force as a ethnic or racial minority in this country, always. Okay, prominently featured in the civil rights struggle, and And still, even in contemporary society, it's like 75% of American Jews vote for the Democratic Party. Sure, there's like Orthodox communities that are more socially conservative and stuff like that. But ultimately in academic circles, just like very liberal, right? Very, very liberal. And when you're a very liberal, very progressive person, you are firmly committed to certain values, right? You're firmly committed to certain values, like liberal values, social progressivism. You're like across the board progressive usually, but then something fucking flips in your brain. That's got to be mainly PR. No, it's not mainly PR. I don't think you've lived around many Jews if you think it's mainly PR, okay? It's not. It is antithetical to your worldview. If on the one hand, in the United States of America, you're like, I love all racial minorities. We must live together in harmony and all this stuff. But then when you think about Israel, something flips in your mind and you're like, and every Arab is a rapist barbarian that must be put down. Like it doesn't make any sense. It is a little different. It is 100% a little different than like a guy who's like kind of racist and you suspect him of being racist, or a lifelong Republican, and then you find out that they're, a Klansman. That's what's so crazy. That juxtaposition is crazy to me. There's got to be mainly PRs that puts the spotlight on one rather than the collective work together. The multiple groups, we see this when the racists openly say, we helped you in the civil rights you owe us. Racist people in the United States of America don't say we helped you in the civil rights you owe us. Racist people in the United States of America say the civil rights movement was a mistake. That's the difference. Like Charlie Kirk was against the civil rights movement. What are we talking about? Not really different from how European SOCDEMs are all insanely Islamophobic. Even some Euro socialists can be really racist. No, for sure. You are behind the meta. No, man, it is diametrically the opposite position that you have. If you are otherwise a very progressive Jewish Zionist, if you are a PEP, progressive except for Palestine, you exist in this insane mental castle that you have designed for yourself, okay? Where on the one hand, you're like maximalist with all of your social progressive values, this cognitive dissonance that you experience when it comes to Palestine and Palestinians is shocking to me. How do you not, in any way, shape, or form, attribute similar values to the Arabs that are being destroyed? Like how? How do you not recognize this contradiction? I will never understand it.
What that really means is that there are few private health insurance and have a monopoly over the marketplace and are able to charge whatever they want, not just to consumers, but or people in need of health care, but to hospitals, to the places that need to reimburse for these costs. So what I would like to see in the United States, which is the wealthiest nation on earth, not to guarantee healthcare is a right, and we pay twice as much per capita as other peer nations with similar incomes with worse outcomes. So I want to see us make sure that Medicare is expanded to cover everyone, expanded and improved, including coverage for vision, hearing, mental health care, reproductive health care. And
you want to see that, but that's a wholesale change. Does that, practically speaking, do you see that as a possibility in the way you're speaking about it?
I do. The phase-in of a Medicare for all system would lower the Medicare eligibility age from 65 to 55 to 45 until it eventually within a few years covers everyone. This is actually a more cost-effective way of delivering healthcare for people because we wouldn't have premiums, deductibles, co-payments, or out-of-pocket costs, and the enormous administrative costs that healthcare providers, that doctors and nurses spend so much time getting claims covered or going back and forth with the insurance paperwork. That takes away
Bureaucracy.
From their actual capacity to deliver this care.
Talk to me about ICE. You've said you want to defund ICE. ICE right now in the news for things that go wrong. However,
like, I'm willing to bet this person is anti-ICE. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're actually right-wing. Maybe I'm totally getting it wrong. But I know many American Jewish Zionists who are like anti-ICE. They're like, abolish ICE. Really fucked up what they're doing to ethnic minorities. And then you get them talking about Israel and they immediately turn into ISIS's biggest enforcers. Like how does that happen? Do you see what I'm saying? Maybe she's not like that.
For immigration and customs enforcement is a critical part of
Hasan, dog, I love
the
you,
nation's security.
Yeah, she's not. She's right wing. It's clear.
Defunding ICE and replacing that with what?
We had a system of immigration enforcement prior to 2003 with the establishment of DHS and ICE being created. The United States was able to function for well over 2 centuries with a more civil
Thank you for the 25. Get the
administration
subs.
over the immigration system.
Okay, let me just stop you there. So you're not, is it?
Hype train incoming. At level 10, we carry the flame. You already know, ladies and gentlemen. At level 10, we carry the flame. And we're also nearing the pivot point on this interview, the dramatic pivot point. Hype train incoming. Subscribe to the People's Broadcasting Service, PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. If you want to support independent media, if you want to support independent media, subscribe. And at level 10 Hype Train, we will carry the flame.
Funding that you want to do, or just revolving back to a pre-President Trump policy?
I want to abolish ICE. I do not think that a militarized immigration enforcement agency is necessary when there are violations of the immigration policy of this country. These are civil violations. They're not criminal, and they don't need criminal enforcement or militarized enforcement. What I would like to see is a system with much more capacity for immigration courts to adjudicate and process asylum claims and process people to
Gina
make sure
Gazelle,
that
thank you for the
there is
5.
documentation. I want to have a safe and secure border. That means a humane border where people are not risking their lives to come to the United States of America. I want to make sure that people, when they come into the United States, they're duly processed and they receive their paperwork so that they're able to pay and contribute to society and really achieve the American dream. We know that immigrants are more predisposed to entrepreneurship, to small business ownership. They pay taxes into systems they don't always have the eligibility to receive the benefits from. So we need immigrants in our society. And I think that if we have a more holistic and humane approach.
You got 6 people from Israel watching your stream? Yes. I have the entire anti-Zionist Israeli contingency in my audience. Every anti-Zionist Israeli is a HasanAbi head. Actually, that's not true, but most of them are.
To immigration enforcement, I think that's going to be to the betterment of not just those of us in South Florida, but across the country.
Another big issue that's going to be in 25, where I think the statistic is 1 in 4 voters in D25 is Jewish. You have said you want to essentially defund Israel. Israel, one of many countries that the U.S. contributes to.
Here we come.
How are you going to explain to your Jewish voters that you would like to essentially put Israel in an existential threat?
I look at this as making sure that we actually practice democracy abroad as well as at home. And when the nation-state law in Israel was passed in, I believe, 2018, that created a much more tiered system of.
It feels like something in the Jewish community changed, and it changed very radically after the commencement of the 1967 war. That's when you saw the rise of the JDL and a refocusing on Jewish ethnic nationalism in Chicago and New York City, which strained the racially diverse coalition of civil rights era proponents, which heavily leaned on black and Jewish
citizenship that privileges Jewish citizens above Palestinians. I don't believe it is in the United States' interest to support that. And we've also got our own laws on the books, the Leahy laws, that prohibit the military funding from the Department of Defense and Department of State from providing.
Let me just stop you for 1 second. That actually is factually incorrect. There was not a Palestinian state in 18. What I want to talk about is the here and now of the state of Israel exists in 1948, which actually was supposed to be a 2-state solution and then rejected by the Arab states. But here and now, a large chunk of the funding that goes to Israel is defensive funding for Iron Dome, or rather defensive, and then military funding greatly increased after the October 7th massacre. So I guess my question to you is, taking away Israel's money, which actually is a much more complicated equation because Israeli tech and the economic benefits that come back to the U.S. for job creation is all part and parcel of that, which not a lot of people talk about. But taking away a defensive mechanism for a state which has an existential threat all around it, stated by the terrorists who want to annihilate it, you're essentially taking away defense. And I think that's a very important thing for viewers in your district, because that's what they want to hear you talk about. Why?
Israel is committing a genocide in
That's
Gaza.
incorrect. That is factually incorrect.
It has
That's
been regarded
propaganda.
by the United Nations and Amnesty International.
Factually incorrect is crazy.
And even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. There's
The
a number
definition of genocide in the UN has said this, does not apply to what many people might think as a disproportionate wartime action. That's what that is in many people's minds. Genocide is a very specific thing, actually genocide being committed against Jewish people, not by Israel. And that's just...
What? I'm sorry. What the fuck are you saying? Genocide can only happen if it's coming from one specific region, you know? It's just like genocide can only happen to Jewish people. The inverse of that can never be true.
Just a fact.
I mean, the United Nations found that the IDF had...
There is no, like, I guess she was trying to say that, like, October 7 was a genocide and the retaliation was not, which is so psychotic. How does that come out of your mouth? Do you not hear yourself?
Deliberately targeted women and children. There's been famine conditions imposed over the Gaza Strip by the blockading of aid entering the Strip. There's been indiscriminate bombing of hospitals, of mosques, of churches. Of
Again, I'm going to have to stop you, as that is factually not correct. But
yes, it is. You can't just say it's factually not correct.
But I hear you talking about something very important to a lot of people, and certainly who think that way. But as
they're delusional, but they think that way. And by that, she means, like, I guess, you know, the ICJ, ICC, every human rights organization on the planet, including B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights organization. You know, they're all just delusional.
As a congressman, and I'm being told we have to wrap. But as a congressman for District 25, I'm hoping your viewers will be able to hear you flesh that out a little more, as well as...
I think he's fleshing it out. I really do think this is the best thing any TV interview could have done for Larkin. Also amazing how bad Zionists are at politics in a democracy. It's like the premises of an apartheid rule in Israel have infected the brains of American and European Zionists. There's just this simplistic knee-jerk rage at dissidents and a desire to use whatever coercive powers at your disposal to silence it. That might work in Israel, where Zionists have all the state power, but it keeps building blowback here. Yes. No, literally, like, there is this, like, Zionist brain warp that takes over, where you just immediately go, no, you have to be silenced. Please stop talking. You're wrong. We're wrapping this up now, please.
Medicare for all and universal education. And we'll see you on the other side of Tuesday.
DSA House Florida candidate appears to cut interview short when journal fact checks his Israel genocide claim. We're definitely in a post-truth society when you can lie this blatantly about something that happened on live television and there's no consequence of that. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Miami television journalist Glenna Milberg received the Hadassah's Myrtle Wreath Award from the Women's Zionist Organization of America, an honor often referenced on social media amid public discussions surrounding her news interviews and community background. She's a propagandist for Israel.
Protests continue in Israel over judicial reform plans as the country is getting ready to celebrate 75 years of independence.
Local 10's Glenn Jerusalem with how people are already marking the milestone in a city of many faiths.
Alex, Andrew, think about what a milestone it is when you think about this tiny country and all of the perils that it has faced since day one in 1948. Celebrations started well days ago, even though the actual day is until Wednesday. Let me show you some video of so many people from South Florida, thousands from around the United States who are converging on different cities, usually Jerusalem or Tel Aviv, to mark the...
Also, did you see this clip of her on Israel 2 years ago with Moskowitz?
You know, in Congress, the support for Israel is not 100% universal, but...
This was 2 years ago, too. Oh, man. See, that's what that's the other side of the story, too. It's like, what do you do? What do you do when the reality that you have constructed around you, okay, inside of your mind, is collapsing in real time? Like, you have decided and you've lived your life, your whole life, where it was unconditional support and loyalty to Israel. It was totally bipartisan, right? virtually everyone in a position of prominence and power was also in line with that agenda. And people who actually opposed this line of thinking would very quickly get disposed of. Like they would get fired, they would lose their jobs, they would be called anti-Semites, they would be considered social pariahs, ousted from their positions of power and prominence, right? So you like, this is what the reality that you're used to. This is the reality that you grew up in. And then almost overnight, if you've been around for like 50 years, right? In a matter of 2 years, everything flips. And now you can't even publicly and openly support Israel without people looking at you weird. I suspect that for many, especially many of the Jewish faith who maintain this position, it's immediately like, oh, anti-Semitism is skyrocketing. And it probably doesn't help because anti-Semitism is also skyrocketing in unison, right? Because for many Americans, their expression of anti-Israel sentiment immediately falls back to the easiest to understand version of events, right? It's just the truth. It sucks, but that is just the truth. This community is a little bit different than many other spaces on the internet, but for a lot of people, due to the conflation, the aggressive association of Israel and Judaism, many Americans who don't fuck with Israel then start saying, okay, well, I don't fuck with Jews either. And I guess you see that all around you, and you harden your stance, and you just associate every criticism of Israel with deep anti-Semitic resentment. It's just pure Jew hatred. And I guess it makes sense because, like, it makes sense to be that hysterical because from your perspective, you just cannot see the world in any other way. You're like, this is the most awesome country on the planet. Like, this is incredible. You know, we made the desert bloom, all this stuff, right? And now all of a sudden, this little laboratory of democracy that we've created, people are seeing it very differently. People are saying it very, very differently. I don't know how to fix it. I don't think we necessarily have to. But, you know, it's just crazy. It's so strange to operate in this reality. And then, like, I try to think about like how much that arrogance and that hubris comes from just like knowing how things used to be and how quickly it changed.
Almost universal, bipartisan, bicameral. And yet we are watching in the Biden administration as well, or watching as the air offensive continues and the images of what the Gazan civilians are enduring there. You hear the narrative nationwide begin to erode in that support. I know you and your colleagues are working on resolutions in support. What more can Congress do to set the narrative? You know, in Congress,
I can't even tell you how many times I've been told I've been called a self-hating Jew, and like being able to communicate that until I showed my fam your stream. More background. David Dole on the viral Oliver clip about Israel. Imagine the weatherman argued that the earth is actually flat. He would be fired on the spot. That's actually a good take.
and I'm being told we have to wrap.
Her newsroom must have saved her there, because they forced her to end this conversation where she was factually wrong while being so confident that she was right. So first, let's point out, this is an Emmy award-winning journalist. It's like, imagine the weatherman argued that the earth is actually flat. He would be fired on the spot. Yet you could have an Emmy award-winning journalist deny objective reality about the things being stated. UN has acknowledged a genocide. She says, no, that's not true. Objectively wrong. And she's going to keep her job because that's how the system operates. This gets us to an earlier clip in this interview. I want to show you, this is not somebody who is, Fox News pilled. This is somebody who is earnestly trying to understand.
Yeah, I think David Dole's assessment is correct because like she was being, look, I've had contentious interviews, right? Like she's probably a little bit right wing, and she's definitely psycho when it comes to Israel. But for a Florida news broadcaster, she was actually being fairly courteous to Oliver Larkin's positions. Like she didn't come in and hit him with like, oh, you're out of your mind. You're fucking dangerous commie. Fuck you. You know, like I think that switch up makes it even more glaring. Like, it's not like she was super pro fucking Medicare for all either. But let's be real, if someone wanted to be insane on a Fox News local TV show, or not Fox News, sorry, a local broadcaster in South Florida, they could hit him on a multifaceted attack with like, in the way that Sean Hannity does, right? Like just insane questions. Behind the camera, a state senator also went for an interview called Oliver's Jewish campaign manager a self-aging Jew to his face. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I read that. Doesn't need to be said, but I can confirm as a campus lead that we have a lot of Jewish supporters of Oliver. Our number one canvasser is Jewish, and he's knocked nearly 3K doors solo. Very bigoted for them to say all Jews think the same.
The political perspective. Here's her discussion around Democratic. This person, Glenna Milberg, is earnestly trying to understand democratic socialism. She's not trying to, position Oliver Larkin as some crazy extremist. She's bringing this up as a way to try to better understand his.
He's right. David Dole is right. Like I know contentious media. I mean, I experience it. I live it on a daily fucking basis. I'm telling you, her line of questioning was obviously not exactly positive about democratic socialism, but it also wasn't like super antagonistic.
Political perspective. So this is somebody who just truly doesn't not understand that Israel committed genocide. This is a person who's just, again, it goes to the psychosis of Zionism. Like that's what this has to be.
Yeah, Zionist psychosis. Glenna Milberg, in an email exchange after this interview, admits to an error on the WPLG Local 10, stating the UN has said the definition of genocide does not apply to the situation in Gaza. She affirms the UN has recognized it as a genocide. WPLG must issue a correction. Email exchange occurred last night. It was submitted to Popstanak for distribution. Okay, dude. She said universal healthcare is utopian and Larkin is trying to turn us into Cuba. Oh, guys. Get your brain out of... Dude. How many interviews of mine have you watched at this point? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? I'm simply stating that there are far more aggressive ways of posturing against Oliver Larkin than the way she conducted herself in the interview until the Israel question came up. I'm not being too charitable. I'm just more experienced in this media environment. And that's the reason why David Dole is saying the same thing too. Okay, I know you guys love disagreeing with me, so agree with David Dole instead. For decades, America's liberal Zionists have been living in a bubble where they control the discussion and censored critics. That's over, and the DSA's position of no aid to Israel and pro-Palestinian rights is normal and popular in the U.S. and the world. Posner is the extremist. It's just crazy. You literally said that before even playing the clip. Okay, well, I was right. And I still am right, okay?